Hello guys, so how it's going on? We're back with another video, and in this video we are gonna be creating this classroom clone, and we are only using Firebase as a backend here. No else, we are not gonna use MongoDB or Node.js. Nothing is gonna be used, only Firebase, and we are gonna create this in this video, right? So before we start, I'll show you a brief demo of this, how this works, how this looks. And so first of all, whenever a new user comes, let's log out. He gets to see this login page. So this is the basic. So Firebase, the Classroom does not have a login, like it automatically logs in with Gmail. You are logged in, so they don't have a login page. So I just created this. So if you log in here, don't focus on this. We have more features coming in there. Like I'm gonna show you in a moment the features this Classroom has. So once you're logged in, so it will now, so from this email I have joined this class. Like this class was created by, like I created this class, and now this is the class which this user has joined, right? So now if I open an incognito tab, and let's bring these two side by side. Let me open another app, like let me open this from another tab, and it automatically logged in me. So here are the classes which already this email has joined, the email which you are currently signed in, right? So now if this user creates and like okay, so the one more thing before I say something else, these are the name which you can see here is the name of the owner, like who created that class, who has the admin, who's the admin, right? So this is the email. So I did it. So as you can see, like these are not hard coded key, like so it totally depends on which class you have joined, right? So it won't render all the classes that exist. So if we do so, now if our user creates a class, for example, so to create a class, say exactly like Classroom, go to create class, do this, continue, and then here just type anything, test 1 2 3. Sorry for that noise, I can't do anything. A subject to be coding, and room of 1. So if we create this, user gets redirected to redirected here, and now let's join this class. So if I click on join class there, now if I copy this class code, okay, for by chance if the class code is wrong, like basically the class code is not correct, so let's see what happens. So now it also asks for an email. So the email is this, let me just copy and paste it here. So this is the email. Now if I click on join, it shows no class was found, right? So if the emails for a chance is correct, so not the class code for a class is correct, so if we join this, so as you can see, you got redirected to the class, right? Class right there. And now this user, I think I've joined 4 classes, right? So it should have 3 or 4 classes as I remember. As you can see, he has one more where's our class which we just created? Okay, I think we have to refresh. What was the name though? I remember, I think it was test 1 2 3. Okay, let's check the subject. AB subject was okay. I don't know what was that. Okay, basically just join the class. You can just go back and see, because yeah. So the user is basically joined the class, right? So okay, yeah. So one more thing I was showing you, so now the user can like announce or the something. So if you want key, the announcement rights has to be done by only to the owner. So that is also just one line code there. You just need to write one line and it will be done. So this application is mostly done, and you can add more features, like you can enhance this as much as you want it. You can add lot of features like this. The base of this application is completed right there, and you can like scale it to whatever you want, right? So I just completed the base there. So now if I announce something, so if I say hello world, okay, let me okay, so this is the ID, right? So let me check which. So yeah, so like they are on the both classes. Like as you can see, the class codes are same. So it proves that the user has joined the class, right? So if I click on announce something to your class, for example, hello world, if I want an image, let's upload an image to, let me get an image here. This one's fine. So if I click on post, just notice there if it took some time. And as you can see, it created some, like it created, so it's basically renders you the post. Now like it basically like it's showing like both on the both sides here, right? So this is the function. So I think I clicked it 2 times, that's why it's showing it like the two renders are there. That's not an issue, no problem there. So this is how this application works. And also you can only access these classes if you're logged in, right? There's no other way you can access without logging in. And if the email's different, then also you can't access those. The only way is to log in, and then also you can access the class which you have joined. There's no other option key access a class without joining it. So this is the application, and it's fairly big application. I don't know how much time it would take to record me, like how much big recording is this gonna be, I have no idea, but no problem, let's get started. So if you're excited, let me know in the comment section, hit the like button, and if you're new to this channel, subscribe because we have many more this kind of content coming up. So let's get started. So I have Visual Studio Code open for me. You can open any editor which you prefer for you. So first of all, we'll set up our application. So to do so, I'll just set up in front of you quickly. So I'll just go to this PC. I'll go to my directory which I wanna set this up. So I'll just create white. So I will name this folder YT. What is the name? Yeah, classroom clone. I'll just select this folder. I'll open this folder, and I'll press Ctrl and J, or Command plus J if you are on Mac, or if you are on Windows, then Command plus J, and then here execute npx create react app.slash. So this command, what it will do is it will set up your boilerplate code for React, and that's it. It will set your boilerplate code for React, so you can start editing and creating your own application. So I'll meet you once it gets installed. Okay guys, so our boilerplate code is also ready. Now if it shows you happy hacking here, then that means you are good to go from this step. So the next step we are going to do is we have to do cleanup process. Cleanup process will delete all the unnecessary files which we don't need. So just follow my steps. You're gonna only keep, so delete all these files which I do. So now we have only 3 files: index.js, css, and app.js, right? So inside of app.js, delete all this header here, all this, yeah. And then inside we don't need logo, we don't need svg, we are going to import React from here. Import React from React, right? And just say hello for now, hello. And then inside of index.js, we don't need report web vitals because we don't have that. We don't need this, and we can ebress the same. Now inside of here, just type npm start. Oh, so in my case, I'll type yarn start here because I'm using yarn. Yarn is a bit faster, what I feel. You can type npm start. Both does not make a difference. But in my case, yarn runs a bit faster. So it will load your application. We'll wait for it to load, and let's see if we see an hello there. As you can see, we are not able to see hello, so that's great. Now what we'll do is we'll give some global styles to our application. So inside of our index.css, we'll remove all of this, and first of all, open in your Google Chrome, open a new tab and just type fonts.google.com. we're gonna use some fonts from Google. So inside this, just search for Roboto. So click on this one, and then get this regular, select the style, and we might be needing medium too, and just get this and just get this import statement, this one. Go back, and inside of index.css, paste that, right? That's fine. And now we'll give some styles to it. Now in here, we're gonna give to our body you're gonna give a color of, okay, I'll just copy paste it because it's like there's no use of writing all of these statements. And then we wanna remove all the unnecessary padding and the margin which browser gives as a default. So what it actually does is it just give a minimum width. Your body will have a minimum width of 8 by 7.5 drive, line height of 1.25, font weight of 400, and font size of 0.82125 right? So why is this so much? 0.81 is fine. Yeah, no need to be precise that much. Right, if we go back now, as you can see, we see hello right here, and no padding on, and all the necessary padding are removed, right? So the next thing they're gonna do is create a new folder, name it components. Inside of components, we're gonna create a file, we'll name it index.js, and then in here we're gonna create a new folder, gonna name it drawer. Right, inside here we're gonna take a new file, we're gonna name drawer.js. So now inside of our index.js, okay, so we don't need styles or css for drawer, I think so. Let me have a check. Yeah, we don't need style or css for this, so we won't be modifying drawer.js in our case. If you want to do so, you can do. It's a classroom does not provide anything in drawer, so you can do so if you want to, but in our case we won't be doing it. So we will keeping that default drawer, which will just get the exact drawer what Material UI provides us, right? So we won't be modifying it with the exact as it is. And now what we'll do is we go to Google Chrome, search Material UI, and then here search drawer, this one, right? Now inside here, which is our drawer, this one, right? So what you want to do is you'll get the source code. Now let me check, was this the one we need? Yeah, this is the one we need, right? We'll remove all the unnecessary things which you don't need later on. So we'll just copy all of this, and then we're gonna paste this, and then inside our drawer.js, what we don't need is, let me close this terminal and this too. So what we don't need any of these. We'll keep the map here even though we don't need it, but still you're gonna keep, like it's no sense of removing that. Let's keep it, because if we were doing on our own, then we might be removing it, right? So now this is the only thing we want to do here. Let's keep the Material UI as it is, and inside of our terminal just install this library which Material UI is using. So you don't need to worry about that. Don't think it's too hard, or like it's nothing there. It's not important even, right? So just type this and just hit enter. It will install this for you. That's not an issue, right? So what I was telling you, don't need to worry about this. You can also get rid of this. We don't need this even. So let me tell you, you can remove most of the unnecessary code here, but still we are gonna keep it. Actually we can remove, let's keep this. Yep, let's keep this, because Material wise, if it's doing, then it's for some reason. So and now if you wanna change it, so like you wanna keep the actual Material, what they are doing is, so where they are rendering these, all right, instead of these you can render the classes which our user has joined, which will be getting the data of the list very soon when we do that. So that's not an issue there, but for now we're gonna have it as a static component. Now if we save this, now we have to also import it, right? It won't work until unless we don't import. So what we'll do is inside of our index.js, first of all we're gonna do export default. I want to tell you why we are doing so. Drawer from /drawer/drawer. The reason is later on we are gonna have a lot of imports ports there, right? So like .auto component, then there gonna be a big lines of import which we already gonna have because of like min, which we cannot, so we cannot like afford, like we already have many imports we are at the end, but then this one also, then we can at least reduce our component imports, right? So that's what we are doing, so we can import all of our components in just one line, right? So I'll show you how. So app.js, so in here we're gonna import a drawer. As you can see as you can see it did it. So now as you can see it is importing from a component from our index.js file. VS Code like it automatically detects our index.js, so you don't need try to index there after a component. So now if we save this, go back to our app, let me bring it up here. So here it is. So okay, we get an error. Okay, so we have to install Material UI also, right? So what you need to do is just type yarn at material. So for those who you don't know what is Material UI, so that is just another, it's just like a bootstrap, like it's basically for styling, right? Just like bootstrap icons, right? But it so yeah, this is fine. It's good. Install this for us, so don't need to worry, it's very easy. You don't need to like be this is so hard, I want to do this. So trust me, there's nothing inside it. It's very easy. So let's wait for this and let's see if our drawer renders. By the time it happens, we can create a component header. Okay, not this. Yeah, rename to header. In here, let's create a new file, header. Okay, what is this happening again? Okay, so we get an error. What was that error? Expected error, not permitted. Unlike EYT classroom code. Okay, let's try it again. So, is it icons or icons? Let me check. So it is icons. Is the spelling correct? Material UI core. Okay, so it was not an issue from mistyping it because it resolves packages, right? Let's see if we get it again. So let's rename it to header.js, and this one to style. Okay, we are getting again an error again. Let me use an external file explorer. So let me use git bash here, external bash. Let me copy the statement. And, let's see if that happens. By the time we can continue our setting up application. So inside of our header.js, create a new file, header.js, style.js, sorry, style.js. Okay, we are getting the same error again. Let's use npm then, or else that too doesn't works. I'll just stop the video recording and we'll check what happened. Yeah, stop. So header.js, inside of header.js and side, okay, both are done. So inside of header.js, here also you're going to use Material UI most of the time. So inside here, just type RAFCE. It will create an boilerplate React file for you. If that doesn't work for you, then you have to go to the extension. Just search for ES7 and just wait for it and just download this extension, this one, right? Just download this extension and it will be good, then you're good to go. So just make sure to install that, because we will be using this multiple times. For every single file we are going to use this JS file, not CSS one, right? So just say h1 header here, header, and and this is style.js. So we'll be, so since we have material UI styles here, so we are gonna use material UI, and most of the time we'll be copy pasting the styles because styles are very really, like, there are many styles but the styles are really simple. Like, there's no need to worry about CSS. The thing you need to worry about is our JS, right? That is the reason you are here for, because okay, so we'll wait for this. By the time, we can't do anything until it gets installed. We don't know if it's working or not. Let's see. Okay, I'll stop the video. I'll meet you after it installs. Okay guys, so VS Code is done installing. So I have no idea what was the issue. I had to close this and then again do all the things. Okay, so now it's working, right? And now if I open my application again, as you can see, we see left written here, and now if we click on it, you get the drawer. If I click back, that's nice. We're getting a drawer. That's great. The thing we want to do is now we want to create a header, right? So let me bring up my application once. Classroom, what was the name there? Okay, I'll check this from Firebase. So we want to get our header, right? So for header, let me check how the header looks like. So this is how it looks like, right? So now we'll create this header. So okay, so there will be one problem that we're gonna face. This image, right, see, this opens this header, so we need to find out a way this still gets rendered inside of this, right? So there's two ways you can do so. Either use context for that, like you change the state, then it automatically gets changed there. But we are gonna use both the things here, but in this case we are gonna use something else. You'll get to know in a sec, but let's first create this header component, right? So let's go back to our application. So now let's go back to header. So inside of a header.js is style.js, right? Everything's fine. So now what you wanna do is inside of our div will give us some, so you just just go to my GitHub repo, copy this. Now there are something which I haven't wrote yet, so I will be writing some of the styles here. So in this we are gonna have a header, so header underscore header wrapper. So the reason I do this is why I named it wrapper. So the only reason I named this is because sometimes you need a div just not to give it a style. It does not make a sense, but you need it for like some you just need to wrap it. Like for example, you will display flex, but you wanna add two components together, right? So in that case you give it a div. So that wrapper means that case. So I don't understand the name what to guess, so I just give wrapper there. So to this I'm gonna give a display of flex. Don't worry if you're not familiar, if you hate writing JS, I also hate. We are only using in this here. I hate writing in this JS. I hate writing CSS in JS. And then we are gonna have header underscore wrapper, right? So earlier what I did was I was using normal CSS, so now I'm just converting into that. So to this you're gonna have a display of flex. Sorry guys, I'm pretty bad at giving the names. You can change the names if you want. Justify content of space between and the align items of center, right? So now we wanna target our icon. To our icon we are gonna give this margin right of 15 pixel, which has to be like this way. It has to be, instead of this we are gonna have this, right? So you can save this right here. Now let's go back to header.js. Now inside of header.js we are gonna have a div of class name of classes Okay, first of all we need to get some way to use our classes, right? So so the way we do this is key we say, one second guys, I'll just sorry for that. So we're gonna say const classes is equals to use styles. It automatically imported for us. This is the way you do it. So to this we're gonna give a class name of classes.root and then we're gonna have an app bar. So I'll be just copy pasting most of the stuff, don't worry, this is just a normal thing. App bar, then we have to import also import from index. Let's then now let's have it, we're gonna have a toolbar. Then inside of this toolbar we are gonna have a div of div. To this we're gonna give a class name of classes dot wrap, what was the name, header wrapper classes dot header wrapper. Then here we're gonna have an image and a typography. So this image is the classroom logo, nothing else. We have to import this typography too. So why it's not auto importing that, I don't have any idea. I will do it on my own. Then typography, make sure you guys import up there. Sorry if I didn't show you, make sure you import it there. So now here we are gonna have another div. To this we are gonna give a class name of, not classes, we're gonna have a class name of classes dot header underscore wrapper, right? Yeah, this one. Then to this this 1 second, let me save this. Yeah, so now here we are gonna have, so we have a type class names of header underscore wrapper, and then we are gonna have an add button for our classes. And so let's save this and import also our header, and let's see how our header looks like. Give me a second, just checking something. Where we using header is, okay, so the way we are going to use our header is different. So you remember, I'll bring up my application. So you remember guys key, right, we need to have this image right here. So for that what we're gonna do is we're gonna import our header from drawer. I'm gonna tell you reason in a second, just wait for me, just 1 second. Let's go to a drawer, and from here let's export header from index. Save that file, go to drawer, then here where we can be, from here just import header for once, header, right? So okay, wait, it's not imported. Okay, we auto imports isn't working. Import header from dot / index. We can keep a $/ also, that should work. Okay, so for some reason it's not compiling. Let me, okay, what the hell happened to my VS Code? Yeah, and start. We'll wait for this to load and let's see how our header looks. So guys, let me know if this is same for you or it's only for me. Like, I feel Yarn is a bit faster than NBM. People say ki, if most of the people from which whom I have, they say ki no, that does not make a difference, but in my case it makes a lot of difference, especially in downloading dependencies. So let's see, let's wait for this. Okay, so this is working. So now the thing I was checking is, so what I meant to say is we have, okay, so we got an error. So what is the error? Attempted import error does not contain a default text what imported as header. What's the problem there? I don't. From index.js is coming, right? /header/header. Okay, so this is coming. Okay, so for some reason it's not taking my. Let's go to draw. It should take index, but for some reason is not. Okay, the reason was it has to be not a default export, it has to be a named export, right? That was the reason it was throwing up a big fat error. Now if we go back, we can see this, like it's looking nice. That's great. So okay, sorry, one second, I don't know what I clicked. I'll just reopen everything again. Yeah, here it is. So now this thing looks great, right? So the thing we want to work on is we need to find out a way in order to this left icon which we'll be letting changing to the hamburger menu icon, we need to get a way it comes right up there before the Google Classroom, right? So what we are going to do is so we'll one second. So what we'll do is where are we importing our header? So instead of this header to be and a self-closing tag, what we are going to do is we'll change this to and not the self-closing tag to this, and here we are going to have an icon button. Right? Now inside our menu icon, why it's menu icon then an error? It's not defined. So where was menu icon supposed to be? Okay, so for this we can say menu also, most probably menu from, not for Kobe, from icons. Why the auto import isn't working? I don't understand at all. Okay, it's working now. Need to get an icon button also. So this has to be from index. Let's save this. And now we should see there should be not a single change. So now we so this is, so what I just did I just added whenever user clicks on this, so he toggles the draw, right? So now what you are going to do is we want to some way our header also accepts children. So basically our header should accept children and also render those children on that. So React makes that pretty much easy for us. So what we say, we'll accept a prop that is gonna be children, right? And here up there we're gonna render our children. In our case this is only gonna be one children we are doing with our header. So I thought let's do this because most of you don't need this, don't know this powerful feature of React. So I thought of just using that. So now as you can see, now we can see at this icon button, right? So and everything's working. We can remove this left icon here. So what we can do is we can start working with our others things. Okay, so we don't have classroom a bit style. So okay, that is also fine. That's looking good, not bad. That's fine. Okay, so now what you're gonna do is first of all, okay, let's add one or two more styles. Go back to header. Inside of style.css, where is our app bar? So to the title, give a cursor of pointer, right? Save that cursor of pointer, and also we want to give it to icon cursor to pointer. So this is the thing that was kind of a mistake. That's not an issue. Right, so the next thing I want to do is where's our header.js? To our header.js we have, let's give this an class name of also most probably to icon, right? Let's give this and let's check how this, then this looks class name of classes not icon. Let's see, as you can see, changed a bit and that's looking clean, very clean, right? So now here we're gonna have another icon, the apps icon, apps, which we are gonna say apps here, and auto import from index. Then we are gonna have another div. This is gonna be an empty div. We're gonna have an avatar. Let's import that. Why my auto import never works? I don't understand. It works now. So let's see how does that looks like now. Okay, so it looks better. We need to give it a class name of icon. So just copy this line here and give it to all of our 3 icons. Save that. Let's go back and let's see how that looks now. So that looks perfectly clean. So don't worry for this thing. This is gonna obviously change with the logout, login, this thing, login with the whatever the users login images, and that's great. So now what we can do is we can add our forms right here. Forms in the sense this thing, when you create a join class we get to get this thing, then continue, right? So we'll start with the create class first, then we're gonna go to join class, and then we are gonna work on rendering our data, right? So these are the 3 or 4 main steps that you wanna do here. First step is to create a class, that is easy. Then the next thing is joining a class, that is also easy. It was hard when I was thinking about how to do that, but when you do that you find everything easy, right? So it was a first difficult, like I had to think a lot to in order to keep it as simple as I can. Like it could be a wiki adding a more of a logic, making things complicated, but I kept it simple. It's simple English, right? So don't worry for that. And then we'll work on rendering our data. How are we gonna render our data? How gonna we show classes? Then we also work on we are gonna work with our that we say what key rendering our classes or launchpad. So the good thing is the way our data is organized in Firebase, the way we are rendering the data, the user does, we don't need to work on that. The user does not have to see the classes. Like if a user has not joined the class, then he should not get any access to the class which is already created but not joined by a certain user, right? So for that we have also done that in a single line of code, right? So that's so let's start working let's start working on our join button icon. So for that, Material UI provides us menu kind of a icon, you can say. So here so I am also using Material UI. This is the same like this is the same as Material UI what they use. So they use this anchor real react use state. This is just the use state. So use state is basically like a variable in React. Like it has got more features, like many features it has got, but if you are a beginner you can understand as like a variable where this thing is the way to access that variable, and this way is to change the value of that variable, right? So here you're gonna see how this works. Sorry guys, I'm having a cough, so I could have delayed this, like created it later, but I can't afford doing that because my channel is growing. So if I stop creating videos, stop uploading videos, YouTube for some reason won't give me views, right? So I have to do this anyway. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a handle click option which is gonna accept a parameter event, and then this is gonna set the value. This is the way you set the value inside of this braces, right? So here we are gonna have it inside of our apps. We are gonna have a menu. This is again a material UI thing, and which is gonna have an ID of simple menu. Material again. Just because material UI needs to style or whatever the reason is, then we are gonna give an anchor rel of anchor rel, and then keep mounted, and then open is equals to boolean. So boolean is just true or false, anchor el, right? Then here we are gonna give a on close is equals to handle close. For the handle close function, we are gonna create a handle close. So here this is gonna be a handle close function, right? Just make sure to write that just a single line code. So what we can do is we can make this a single line also, and to this also we can keep it as a single line, right? These are some single line functions. And then we are working on this, and then we are gonna have an on close of this. Then in here we are gonna let's save this to make this a look much cleaner. Then here let's have an menu item, which is gonna join our class. I'll explain in a second what are we doing. This is gonna be a join class which we're gonna add the functionality later, and this is gonna have a create class. If we save this, let's go back. How does that looks? Okay, so we don't get to see anything. Let's see. Okay, yeah, let's see how does that looks. Okay, so we don't see anything. Let's see what the reason is. So okay, so we are doing here like giving this our idea of this. What's the okay? So nowhere we are using a handle click, we are using anchor rel there. So okay, so the reason is we are not adding a function there to like change the value. So like we have to change the value there to make like it automatically change the value, right? So we need to have that value also to there. So in here we are gonna say to our add, we are gonna say on click is equals to handle click, right? That's great. Now it should work. Let's wait for it to compile. Let's see, do we see? As you can see, we just see a join and create class button. That's great, perfectly clean. Let me explain what happens is. So basically what we are happening, we created a state, just makes to know do we need to open our this menu item or not. So this is basically a state. Then we have two functions in which handle click, which will open the value, and handle close, it will set the anchor rel to null. Basically that means we don't want to see our menu item, right? So in here we say whenever you click on this, then set the value to true, like kind of a true, whatever they say, like whatever how the material UI works. So kind of a true, and then when it is true, it material automatically gets that and opens this. So this is the way material UI works, this menu items works. So that is great. And the next thing we want to do is since we are done with this, what we can do is we can have a join and create class forms. So first of all we start with create class. So the thing is inside of our create class, my plan was to so here create class and join class both have gonna we are do different files, but the value through which we are gonna render them, like the use state, the state which through which is make sure to render them or not to render them, that totally depends on the state. So the state are gonna change from both sides, from our header, which is here, and when we open a form. I wanna say this key. For example, we create class here. We don't have our create class file rendered till yet, but it changed the value from as soon as I click, the value changed from false to true. and whenever it is true, it will render this file, right? So that is what. So now when I click on this, okay, let me refresh it one second here, because we wanna see the first form there. When I create class, so it shows me this. But the thing is, if I click on, now I'm clicking on go back, so I need to also find a way to change the state from both ends, from our header.js and from our this what you call this one, from this create class file. So in order to do that, we are gonna use context there, right? So don't worry, it's very much simple, there's nothing to worry about. So we are going to use context there. So the way that works is key, first of all let's get in let's create class form, and let's render that. Let's first try to render it hello or something kind of a thing, right? So let's go to drawer. We're going to use again material UI. Material UI makes things really easy, and from now on we'll be using simple CSS. Only for some features of material UI we are gonna use their JS, their things, but for most of the cases from now we are gonna use our normal CSS and normal HTML, just because you guys can know an idea for both of that. Right? Sorry guys, I have no idea how to control this. Sorry for that. So let's create a new file. We'll folder, we'll name it create class. 1 second. Let's name it create class. So let's create a new file, create class.js. While I was working on this, sometimes I got confused why why I'm working on a style this class function, class-based components. It sometimes get very confusing. So are we gonna have style.css? Okay. Let's have an style.css there. Now inside of create class.js, again the simple as usual rfc h1 often hello. Now let's create and let's collapse all folders inside our components. Let's create a new folder. You're gonna name it context, and here we're gonna have a new file context.js. So this is the file which is gonna store all of our context, everything, all the context which we need here. So now here, first of all, you need to create a context, right? So we so here just say const add const add class context. Sorry guys, I've been controlling my cow. Sorry for that. So we're gonna say create class context, then we are gonna say create context, add, yeah, that's fine. Let's don't keep it add class. Okay, like what should we keep this name? Guys are pretty bad at naming, so you can keep name according to you. That is not at all an issue. You can do whatever you like. So here you're gonna have an export function of use context, and then here we are gonna have this like this. Here you can then keep it an arrow function. That also does not make a difference. Here we're gonna use a context, so you're gonna say this, and here we're gonna name that context, which is add context. So now whenever you work on so from this, whenever you wanna access a content, you just need only one import, right, which is of this user context, or else you wanna have to import use context also and then add context also, right? So here we are gonna have an export function which gonna is provide a value export function. This is gonna say context provider, which is gonna accept the children as usual. I'm gonna tell you why, because we are gonna wrap all of our application inside this, and from this and from this file it's gonna render everything. So here inside we are gonna return our what was that? We're gonna use one second guys, add. Okay, so here we are gonna say context provider dot. Okay, so it was not this, I think it was, what was this? Okay, add context, not add circle, add context dot provider, which is gonna have a value, for example say, okay, we'll create these values later. Let's keep it as it is for now, and let's have a children there, children, which we are getting from our props. Why it is the spelling error? Okay, so I just spelled there wrong. It should be children, not this, it should be this, right? So now what we need to do is we need to, okay, so let me just explain you. What we are doing is here we created a context, right? In here we created a function in order to get the value of our context, whatever the value is inside our context. Context is basically a name, you can say, right? And here this is the where we can, in here we'll change all of our values, like whatever value we need, you're gonna use it's called this thing is gonna change that value, right? So now we need to also wrap all of our application inside of this. So we are gonna, what we are gonna say, we can just delete this react.strict mode. So what I named there, let me check, I needed add context, right? So here we are gonna say add context what it was provider, right? Or simple add context, a context provider. Yeah, this one, not that. Add context provider, that's in, or make sure you import there, and then just have your application inside of this and add a comma there. Make sure you add the comma, and if we save that, go back to our application. So there's a nice extension. One second, let me open an inspector. There is a nice extension named as components of this. Is you can get this from there, and just it will now you should have a context here. Okay, so we don't have a context, it should be wrapped inside of a context. Okay, let's check, let's refresh. So if we refresh now, okay, as you can see, we got the context provider. That means our application is perfectly now wrapped inside of a context. That's great. So it basically says our context is working. There's nothing to worry about. And the next thing we are gonna pretty much do is, so guys, now what we are gonna do is first of all, let's render the hello what we have. The hello which the add class which we created, we wrote hello there. First of all, let's render that. So I just realized that I was just like, I stopped the recording there and was checking. So I just realized I was not explaining the things well, so I'll try to explain things better now. So what we can do is he'll create a state here, like let's see, depends on how we are gonna render. It depends totally on a state, right? So what is that state? That state has two values, either true or false, and those states depends altogether on create class and our header. So create class will also change that value, and header from our header is value also gonna change. Let's take it like this. For example, we created const here of state is equal to true. I'm just giving an example. So what we'll do is we will say here we change the state here like if it is true then only render, if it's false then render nothing. This one way you can do this, but the problem here is we want to change our value also from our header. from this component, right? So the other thing we can do is either render our children, but we're already doing with our this one, right? So what I thought is to use context. Then you could also use context over there, that's not an issue, but here we are gonna, but now you can again use the same children here, because if we do that, then these children will get rendered over there, right? Right? So in that case, we're gonna use context there. So first of all, what we'll do is we'll go back to our context. In here, we're gonna create a new state. So in here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create const. what should we name this? Let's keep it create class dialog. Set create class dialog. So guys, I think you're gonna have big names right here, like big names. So let's see, if you wanna change the names, it's not an issue, just change the names according to you. So this is the user, so initial value is gonna be false, we don't wanna render initially, and then we'll pass this value also there. So what I wanna say, if value is equals to create class and set create class, and in here we're gonna pass our value to. So value is gonna be our value, and let's name it, give it a const also here. Const, right? That's nice. So now we have an access to this value wherever we import this. So what now, the next thing I want to do is let's do like this. So first of all, we'll go here, and inside here we'll get our value. So our value is this. So const, I don't remember the name there, so we gave it create class dialog, right? So this, and also the set value, we want to change that value too, right? So let's just copy this. So this is basically destructuring, right? When you write this, use, what was the name there, use context, this one, right? So make sure this is the local one you import, not from React, import from the local version created. So this use context basically gives all of our value. So use context has, inside this there is an object which has all these value, so we are just destructuring those value. Or another way was to do this, use context dot create class dialog, but we just destructured it there, right? So that's great. And now what we want to do is only if create class dialog is true, then only you wanna render all of this. Later on, we're gonna change this, because we're gonna work on how the way that works. This thing called, what is that? Material UI. Later on, I'm gonna change the according to material UI how do they the way they work. So for now, what we'll say, create class dialog and gonna render all of this inside of our div, right? Let's have a fragment there, because we need to wrap our whole application inside a fragment, right? So let's keep this. So now what we'll do is we'll import our this. Let's first export that and then import. Let's say create class, right? So save that, go to header.js, and below our app bar just import create class from index, and just save this. Now let's see, do we see something? So obviously we won't see anything, right? So this is obvious. Now if we change it to true, like initially we change, for now it's false. So if we change it to true, let's see what happens then. Do we see hello over anywhere? we don't see hello. Okay, so we get an error, maximum call stack size exceeded. What is that error? So are we using, is there a bug? Yep, so there's a bug. I think this is because of naming, because we are use context also there. Okay, let's change this to use local context. Okay, I got the error. That error was totally because of that. Yep, it was because of that. I understood the error. So this was because the names were the same, right? So let's, inside of our create class, let's do that, and let's import also that from there. We are not using use context from there. Let's save this. Now it should work. As you can see, you see hello here. Now if I change the value to false, I'll go back to my context. I'll change where's the in here. I want to change the value to false. You won't see it. Let's see. So now it should disappear. Let's refresh and it disappeared, right? So now the thing is, what we are gonna do is we wanna find a way to change the value whenever we click on create class, right? So how are we gonna do that? The way we do that is we'll go back to our header. First of all, let's go to create class, copy this statement here, go to header.js, paste it there. Make sure you import use class, use local context. This is the way you do it. Okay, so now here inside of our, where's our add here. So what you're gonna do is add icon, inside of this icon create class, on click, whenever user clicks on that, what you can do is gonna set our value to true, right? Let's see, will that work? Let's refresh. It's hello initially. Okay, let's change the value false there, right? Okay, so this has to be an arrow function. Forgot that it has to be an arrow function. You don't want to run that every time like only when you click on that and it is executed, right? So it has to be a function. Now if I click on create class, do we see it? As you can see, we see that create class, right? And that's perfectly great. So also we want to do one thing, whenever click on create class, right, we wanna okay, if we wanna make, whenever click on something, we wanna make this disappear, right? So it should not appear. So what we'll do is we'll create a new function. What was the way to, okay, I forgot that. Let's do one thing, const handle create close. It's basically the whenever I click on create class line, then handle create class, handle create. So guys, if you want to change the name, you are totally free to do that. I have no issues there. So just click on handle close here, this one, and here you wanna set our create class dialog to true, right? So let's in here, let's delete all of this and do that to handle, what was the name I gave there? Handle create. So handle create is basically the create class, and when you click on create class, whatever the guy has to do, right? So let's refresh now. Hopefully it should work. As you can see, it worked. That got disappeared and we saw hello. So now let's find a way to render let's render a form first, right? So the way we are gonna render our form is we're gonna use something called dialog. Those are directly from Material UI. Again, we are gonna use Material UI. So let's get started then. So inside our create class, one second guys, I'm checking something. Not using that. Okay, we are not using that in our case. That's great. So yeah, so what you're gonna do is we'll go to a create class. We will remove everything here. we don't need anything. Have a div here, then we create a dialog. This is from material UI. Make sure to import there dialog. In this, to this we are gonna give on close. So this is already the material UI already has those properties. You just need to like basically like just you need to define the value, which value it has to change. So in our case, this is gonna be our set create class dialog to false, right? This is what you're gonna do. To this we are gonna give a this thing already given by material UI. Just copy paste there, area labeled by this, and then open is equals to create class dialog open. So this is the value which material UI will be checking if he has to open that or not, right? So open is equals to create, that's again also the name there, create class dialog, right? So it depends on that value now. So so here now in here we are gonna have an form here. Okay, so here we are gonna have that form. So first of all, let's render again a hello first. Now let's see if our material UI works or not. Let's see how does that look. So we are here. I clicked on create class. Nice. We see our hello. Don't worry for that. That's gonna be styled soon, right? So as you can see, it gave a nice backdrop also. So now if I click anywhere on the screen outside of this hello, it automatically closed that. So that's perfectly clean. That's perfectly nice. So that's great. So now the next thing I'm gonna work on is again our styling and or our HTML. It's HTML time, a bit of HTML time. So let's start with that. So first of all, we're gonna have a div of, okay, let me do it like this, dot class. We're gonna follow BEM here. BEM, I'm actually not at all good at naming, so sometimes I'll give anything to name, like just bear with me, or you change according to your whatever name you feel. So this is what classroom says. So for just let me remind you, we are creating this form now. If you don't know, then we are creating this thing here, this one, right? So let's go back, use classroom, just copy and paste it there, use classroom to this. Right here now we are gonna inside or outside of div, we are gonna have a material UI thing named dialog content. So these are some good styles that old material UI already provides. So if you know material UI perfectly, like if you're very good at material UI, you're not gonna have any problem like with HTML or CSS. That's material is truly great. So which I'm not at all good with material UI. So it's equals to class underscore content. We'll be styling this soon. So since we are doing HTML, what we can do is let me bring it side by side. That will be much better, right? Okay, where is our Google Chrome here? That's fine now. Do get to like this, and let's open the form. So create class, right? So we'll style this later, don't worry. I know that it looks pretty much weird. We are gonna close our dialog content there. Inside our dialog content, we're gonna have an p tag. We are gonna have a div of dot class underscore text. Inside there we are gonna have p. We'll just copy and paste this one, and then we are gonna have an href tag which you can render to help. We won't be creating that, but you can just like the material UI does that, so you can also do that. So here we are gonna have an according this, like this kind of a thing. So now here we are gonna have again an href tag which is gonna render you to learn, right? So that looks clean. So guys, this is gonna go a bit nasty, like I don't like it does not looks good. The HTML here I can't do anything, it's sort of this kind of a thing. Okay, no problem there. So this is actually what I meant to say is this is all in a one liner, right? So inside of a div, let's have a p here, or else it won't give that everything at a one line. So let's wrap it inside of a p tag. Now everything will come in a one line kind of a thing. Okay, so it didn't came, it had to. So it is a okay. So I think this is a very big line. Is this the reason? Okay, so we'll be at the you see right, I named it class name of class underscore link and link underscore 2. This is because of the space which we are not getting, so I'll be adding a small margin there, so in order to get the space. So here somewhere it will be needing a space at the right side, or somewhere it will be needing a space at the left side, right? So that is the reason I did that. And so it should have came in a one line. Let me check why it didn't happen. We have p then an ahr here. Okay, let's finish with this up, then let's see why is that error occurring. So these are all the p tags. Just copy and paste this, right? So this nothing, just a p tags, you don't need to worry about that. So here just paste all this. These are, don't worry guys, don't worry at all, these are all the p tags, all the things, nothing else, right? As you can see, these are the p tags, there's nothing much in it, right? We are gonna render it to privacy, to this you're gonna render to learn, and to this you're gonna to help. You can name the render it to G Suite for education also, but it doesn't matter, right? You can do anything you want. So now here let's first style with style this. So here I'll be just, as you know, I'll be copy pasting the styles. You can, just because the video does not get up very much big, so I'll just say import .style.css. Also, if you have any doubt related to styles, I am not a kind of a busy person who won't reply you. I will drop my Insta ID in my description, or also you can comment any, if you have any doubts you can also comment or contact me personally. Feel free to contact me, I'll explain every single doubt, right? So just go to my GitHub repo and just copy all of these styles, right? Once you do so, just save the file, and now you should see will be style. As you can see now, it looks much better and much clean. So what person we need to do is key, first of all, to our create class, we're gonna give a max width of extra small. It has to be this way, not inside of braces. Yeah, this way, max width of extra small. And then to our dialog content, we're gonna give a class name of class content, right? I thought, okay, so most probably I would have given it. Okay, so we have that. Let's just save this. So if we increase a size of it a big, so as you can see, it remains constant, and that's totally great. So that's great. Sorry for that, guys, I was feeling it. Okay, so now let's continue. Now we have to add a checkbox kind of a thing which they have. So inside here, okay, protection, start is important. Okay, so here we're gonna have a class name of check class underscore check box wrapper. To this you're gonna have a checkbox, and first one we need to create a class state also there. So you get to know why I'm creating a state. So const check it will basically set the value of whether it is checked or not. So right, set check set checked is equals to use state, and initially it's gonna be false. Use state to false, right? So okay, why we have error with our return statement? Okay, okay, we don't have anything, sorry for that. Okay, so we inside of a div we're gonna use material UI checkboxes. So inside of a material UI you're gonna create you're gonna import a checkbox, and then here we are gonna have, let's me just save this for now, and let's have an on change. As you can see, we get our checkbox. It looks already much clearer because of the styles which you have already given, like you already put it right style side. So here we are gonna say this, and we are gonna set check to not equal to initial value, right? Initially check, what is the check, right? So if we save this, as you can see, we can now start check it, but here we're gonna give a color of primary, right? Not this color is equals to primary, which is blue. This is what material UI gives you, right? If we save this, as you can see, it's blue now. It looks much cleaner. So now here we're gonna have an p tag here, which is gonna say again and material UI classroom warnings, also classroom text. So if we save this, you should see I have read that, understood, and that's great. So now the next thing remaining is a button. So instead of dialog content, we're gonna have a dialog actions. And let me tell you guys, you can create all this much simpler, much less code, using much less, almost negligible CSS using material UI. I don't know material UI styles a lot, and so I'm just using normal styles because I'm been using a lot of them, and I don't have a problem with that also. So to this, we're going to give an autofocus property, autofocus. And trust me guys, check out material UI. They have really nice library, like they have all really nice what to say, this documentation, like all the stuff they have is truly nice. So okay, so we need to create an also, okay, so we need to also change the value, right? Set create class dialog. So here we wanna also change, we wanna also close our value, right? So here we're gonna say to false. Let's say this button to close. So if we save this, let's go back, and now if you see our button, okay, we get this. If we click on this, as you can see, our material closed, and also with a nice effect, not as a snap, with a nice effect, it comes and fades away, right? So that's great. We have this button working, dialog actions working. Now let's have another button which will gonna say continue, button which is again have a autofocus, and then here it have on click we're gonna add later on color of primary, and user can't continue, it will be disabled if user haven't checked that checkbox. So which I'm gonna say dot, and if not equal to check, right? Okay, so it has to be this equals to there. So here we're gonna say continue. Okay, so we have an error dot, it was check, right? Yeah, it was check. If we save this, let's see, we should see another button there, nice looking button. Yeah, as you can see, you see there, and that's great. We can, okay, so it's not disabled. Why it has to be this with it? Yeah, why is this happening? It's working opposite. Let's see. I think it has to. Yeah, I did it right earlier. It should be not equal whenever the that's working fine now. Okay, that's great. It's working exactly great. Now the thing, okay, wait, it again changed. We refresh it first. Let's see now. I click on this, I get to do. Okay, that's fine. It's working fine. The next thing I'm gonna do is, let me open my application back again. So here's our original application. The next thing we're gonna do is, whenever we click on this continue, it's we wanna see this form, this form here, right? So for this again we are gonna create an other class, and we are gonna again using state you will use state for handling those stats. So we won't be using, I think so, not we won't be using that what we saw context here, because we don't need, because there's no need to no button here which closes according to clicking on this form. You just click on this, which is gonna be done through create class form, so you don't need a uh, material context for handling these, right? So that's nice. So let's see how are we gonna do that. First of all, let's create a file. Inside the same folder, let's create a new file, name it form.js. Here just do the same trick, RAFCE, and just say hello there, h1 of an hello, right? So go to create class, and then yeah. So now what we're gonna do is we'll create another state. Const form show form set show form is equals to use state of false. Initially use state of false, right? That's great. Show form. Now what we're gonna do is whenever user clicks on this button, you're gonna change that value. This is gonna happen like this: on click is equals to again an arrow function there, then set show form to true, and here inside of this what we'll do is we're gonna check if show form is true, then one second, yeah. Then render me this form. Sorry for that. Yeah, form which is gonna be imported from this. Render me this form, but in case if it is not true, if it is false, then render me all of this. So we'll just copy, we'll just cut there and paste it over up there. You have to wrap inside something. So I'll just use a React fragments there to wrap our application. And now if we save this, it should work. Now we should see our hello as soon as we click there. As you can see, we see hello there. Again, we will start styling, and now if I wanna close this, I'll click on this, it will close, and again create class. So what we can do is whenever you again create that. Okay, so yeah, so no need of that doing that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, great. So the next thing I'm gonna do is one second guys. So on close we are doing this, right? On click, on close, what you are doing. Okay, that's fine. So the next thing I'm gonna do is let's create a class. Agree. Okay, let's work on this. So we'll go back to we'll close this, we'll go back to our form.js. So we are pretty much done with our create class. That's good, we are done with that. And now let's do this form.js, right? So in here it just gonna have 4 input fields, 1 p tag, and a button, right? Nothing much there. So let's do it. So here we're gonna give to our parent name, we're gonna give a class name of form. To this, inside this we are gonna have an p tag, class name of class underscore title, because we're gonna use a style from there. Sorry guys, I'm very bad at organizing my stuff and code, like, sorry for that. So just bear with me and do it according however you feel like. So it will automatically style it because already we are given that style. So div class name of form underscore inputs. We already have given all those styles, so you don't need to worry about styling. So here we are gonna have a text field. This is also from material, it's just an input. Why that not button UI imported there? Okay, again it did not import it for me. Why are you doing that? Material UI. Okay, it imported now. Right, text field. To this we're gonna give an ID of field basic, then label is equals to class name of required, and let me close it. Let's see how does that looks. Okay, show me the form. Like, okay, that looks good. What we'll also do is one more thing we need to do is go back to a create class. Now it also depends. Now it depends. Like if the form is open, then I don't want the width to be only this. So I wanna change my width, right? I wanna expand my width. So what we're gonna do is we'll remove this. So we'll check if show form is true. If show form is true, then give me a large, or else give me extra small. If we save this form, it should expand. Wait 1 second, guys. So the screen was small. That might be a reason. If I create class, okay, width didn't expand. Let me refresh. What could be the reason there? I read and okay, so it's still not expanding. Let's see. It might be, what could be the reason there? We are writing max width if show form is true. I'm pretty much sure this is correct. There's no issue with that. Okay, we need to give a class name here of form underscore dialog. So now this should change it a bit. Okay, it didn't change, it didn't affected anything. Okay, let's see why is that occurring. Okay, I've read this. It's getting even smaller. Okay, so this is not the issue with this, so it must be the style. Let's continue styling. There's a form.js. Okay, so the basic reason what I thought is it's because of there's a style which I'm giving it the already max width, so it does not depend on that. So here when I give it the class name of, I already give that to here class name of form underscore input. Now it will expand. It will get the max width of this form. So there we are giving a max width. Here it is requiring minimum width of this. The reason was there we weren't giving it a width, we are giving it the max width. So max width only depends if you exceed it. So it won't allow our class name to exceed that much, right? So that was the reason it was not working. Now it will work definitely. It will expand. As you can see, it got expanded. So what I meant to say is where there we are giving a max width. So max width means you cannot exceed that width. You can be smaller than that, but you cannot exceed this. So that's the thing which is happening here. So it was our input wasn't expanding that. So here this is the way you do it, right? So here we are going to give a variant of filled. Variant is equals to filled. Save that. Now just copy it few more times. How much time we need? 1 2 3 4. Okay, we need it for 4 times. 1 2 3 and 4. We'll change the labels there. So label here will be of section. It will be section here, then below that it will be a subject, and below that we are gonna have in room. Let's save that, and as you can see it looks cleaner. Now we need to have a button there which is gonna create that class, right? So here again we are gonna have dialog actions. I'll just copy, no, let's not copy this, let's create this one. So outside of this outside of this div we are gonna set dialog actions. To this you're gonna have a button of an on click. We're gonna give it later. Color is equals to primary, and disabled if there's no value in our class name. Disable is equals to not equals to class name, right? Let's close this and create. Let's save. Now we should see and button. Okay, so this is we have not like set the value till yet. Okay, we'll do this later. Let's see. Let's save this. Yep, that's okay. So that's great. So now the next thing we have to do, we are I think pretty much done with styling this. So now we have two options: either we can create our join class form, or we can start adding functionality to it. Let me think about it. So what we can do is let's finish up with the style and let's add the join class functionality. So let's see how our join class looks like. Okay, so when you click on this, it opens this form. Okay, so this is easy, there's not too much in it. Yeah, so this one is gonna be easy. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's do this. Let's create this join class thing, and to do that you have the same drill again. So let's start then. So let me bring up we can close this one. Okay, let's remove this left here. Let me go back to a drawer here. So inside of our drawer, where is our left? React as fragment key anchor here. We don't need this button, right? Let's just remove this. We don't need that. It should go now. It's not visible now. That's great. So now we can start doing that. Let's remove this import. So guys, let me tell you, like we can reduce these to single line. Let's reduce all of these imports to single line. So what we'll say to import, let's reduce all of this. We don't need this from, we're gonna import this from here. Okay, let's keep it as it is. No need to change. You can change it. You can just, what you can do is you can just copy all of this, just give a comma and import from material UI those material UI code. I just do that. It's I feel a bit lazy to do that. In my case, just here, like it's here right now. So inside of list and text link, I have to remove the text also. It's like a very headache. Like let's keep it how it is. So let's go to, okay, so now you're doing header. So we don't need this one, right? So okay, so first of all you're gonna go back to the context. You're gonna use context here. Context, this is there. Yeah, so let's create another const join class dialog set join class dialog is equals to use state of false initially, right? Save that. Okay, let's give a little bit of a spacing. And guys, removing this, let's do it on full screen now. So you can do this, you can give this an different value, and then let's give it one more to this, right? Just save that. Go back to yeah, so go back to create class, create. Okay, so let's let's do the same drill again. Close all of this. Let's collapse everything. Now inside of our source, inside of our component, create a new folder, name it join class. In here give a class name of join file name of join class.js, like this. Give me a second, guys. Then now give it an RAFCE. Just say here h1 of a join class. We're gonna use dialog again. Then the thing we need is here is key. Okay, let's do this. Where's our index.js? So I won't be explaining. Okay, let's do it. Let's check if this works. Let's get this stuff functionality first done. So we need this, right? So instead of a join class.js, let's say const this, and then in here we need these two things. Is equals to use, what is the name? Use what is the name? Use local context. Use local context, right? That's great. And now we have gender when it is true, so we're gonna say inside of this and then only I wanna render this, right? Just save that. Okay, so now go to your header.js. okay, let's import and let's do this. Join class, save that, go to your header.js, below your create class, import join class 2, make sure you import it from your index. It imported from, for me it did it from, where's our index here, make sure you import it from there, not here. Control X, save. Yep, that's fine. So go back to here you wanna change that value also. So here gonna create a new function on click is equals to handle join. So it's gonna be an arrow function there. You can create a normal function also, doesn't matters. Handle join is equals to this arrows there. Then we're gonna say handle close. I'm gonna call that function and we're gonna set, and you're gonna get our values also from there. This one, header.js. So we only need set class there. Control X, Control V. You can remove this one here, and you're gonna set join class dialog to true. Let's save that. Let's see how does that works. Let's refresh. Yes, let's click on join class. We get to see a join class form, right? And that got closed, and that is closed also now. That's perfectly clean, perfectly fine now. So now we can pretty much start styling. Yes, we can start pretty much styling it. So in order to do that, go yeah, sorry. In order to do that, go back to your join class, remove all of this, wrap your component, all full everything inside of a div. Here create a dialog. It's gonna be in full screen also there. Did it auto put did. So again we're gonna have a dialog on full screen. It's gonna be cover the full screen, and it's gonna have an open of join class dialog, and then on close of a function, arrow function, and set join class dialog to false, right? Close that, save that. Wait, we have an error. What is the error now? Export default join class. What is this error for now? What did it went wrong? What it says, export, import and export may appear at the top level. Okay, why is this error for? Is okay, so we don't have this one, right? We missed a curly brace there. Make sure you add a curly brace. Okay, that's fine. Now let's see our application. How does it look? Let's create click on join class. Okay, so as you can see, everything disappeared. We can't see anything here. Just let me send hello there. h1 of hello. And before that, in this we're gonna give one more property to it. The transition component is equals to transition, and for transition I think we have to import a for this is I just got this from material UI did that. So just use this one and import a slide. import the slide. So this is where it works. So this is just from directly from material one, no need to worry. Let's save this. Let's see how does that looks now. Let's go back, refresh, click on join class. Now we should see sliding up. Yeah, that's great. Now we need to style this, right? So let's do that. So first of all, okay, so first of all, you're gonna have a dialog. Inside of this, we're gonna have a span, or you can, let's keep it a normal div. There's no need of a span there. Div of class name of join class equals to there. Join class, close this div. In here have a wrapper join class underscore wrap, not triple E, yeah, array double per wrapper. Then here we're gonna have another wrapper dot wrapper 3 let's dot join class underscore dot join class underscore wrapper, second wrapper, right? Yeah. So as you told, why I keep the wrapper's name, you know that why I keep this wrapper name. So this, so in here this is also gonna close this form. Let's write it here also, same thing, on close inside of this line. One second, Control X, Control V, yeah. So it's not gonna be on close, this is gonna be an on click. So here we are gonna have a close button, close, like this, which is our class name of join class underscore svg, and then we are gonna have a div of a join class underscore top header, you can say head as a short form, and then it gonna say join class. Let's save this. How does that looks? Oh, we haven't styled this yet, so it obviously won't look as expected. Let's open a join class form then. Yeah, that's fine. That's great. So now outside of a div, outside of this div, we are gonna have a button. This is gonna be the join button. So it's got a class name of join class underscore button, and then it's have a variant of contain. Variant is equals to contain, and then a color of primary, color is equals to primary, right? Let's import also there index from okay, one second, let me do it with mouse. Yeah, and then it's gonna say join. Let's save that. How does that looks? Let's wait for this to appear. Okay, let's refresh. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so it should be a color of primary, right? It's not. Okay, no, it's not container, it should be contained. Let's see how does that looks. Okay, so we have something. Okay, so again, a spelling mistake. It's gonna be primary, not, I spelled it wrong there. Now it should be of a blue color. As you can see, it is there, right? That's great. We can also add up our styles. Let's do that. Style.css, go to back to join.class.css. in here import /style.css, save that, go back to style.css, just copy and paste all of my styles. And then here one thing I need to change, you don't need to change here. I had to change because wrapper underscore 2 style.css, where's our wrapper 3? Instead of this I wanna have this. Let's save this. How does that look? Perfectly clean, perfectly exactly nice. That's great. If we click on this, it closes this going fade in, fade up. That's extremely perfectly great. We are good to go we are good to go now. So here now we are gonna have our those form which you see like the input kind of a fields. So let's work on that now. So after outside of this div, yeah, so here let's have a div of join class underscore form. Inside of a here, then you're gonna have a p tag giving a class name of join class underscore one second, join class underscore form text, which is gonna say you are currently signed in as, so this is gonna be logged in email logged in email, which we'll be getting it later. Like we don't have an email for now, so we can pretty much hard code it for now. We'll just name it let's keep it logged in mail, logged in mail, right? Logged in mail. Outside of this p tag, let's have another div, name it join class underscore login info. Then here have a join class underscore class right. This is the right one. And then here we'll have an avatar. Let's do that. Make sure you import it there, right, like this. So here inside of this we're gonna have another div which is gonna say this. So these all things, these are the two divs we don't have a login mail for now. We can say mail, right? Let's save that. How does that looks now? We should see a box appearing right here. As you can see, we got that. That's perfectly great, but it should have been styled. I think I have given a wrong class name somewhere, so it should be, so that is issue from my side. So it has to be join underscore class left, and then inside of here where we have class, right, where is it, here we're gonna change this to this. Now it should look cleaner. As you can see, it looks cleaner, like we are heading somewhere and we are looking perfectly fine. And now the next thing we're gonna do is key. Let's add in button there. So for that a lot of divs here. So div outside of this div, this div, okay, not this, outside of this div, this div we are gonna have a button which has got a variant of outline and a color of primary, which will be used for switching accounts, which is gonna say switching account, and in our case we're gonna log the guy out, log out. Originally like as for by this guy, like in the original classroom they have switch account, but we won't be switching account, we would be adding logout functionality. The user would be also able to log out by clicking here, but this is all we can add it also here also. That's not an issue, right? So here outside we are done with the button. Now outside of all those three divs, we are again gonna copy most of the thing. I think we can copy. Okay, let's write it again. That's not a big issue, right? So not everything you have to copy. Something we need to copy, not everything, but it's okay to write it again. So here let's create and join class underscore form, this div right here. Inside this, create a class name of join class underscore form text, To this we are gonna give us some styles here. Style is equals to font size of 1.25 rem, font size of 1.25 rem, and then we are also giving it a color of hashtag 3C4043. Inside here we are gonna say class code. Let's save that. How does that looks now? Let's see another thing appearing here, another box kind of a thing. Oh, it went twice, it went down. Okay, so we're studying it later, don't worry for that. It is, as you can see, it is coming up here, right? So we have a joint class underscore form which is joint underscore div. So I think we have to keep it inside. What if we keep it in here? How does that look? Okay, now it got the on the top there, so that's fine, perfectly clean. That's good to do. Now we can move on from here. So outside of this div, created another div with the same form text dot join class underscore form text, again some styles. Style is equals to color of hashtag 3C4043 and margin top of -5 pixels, right? And then here it's gonna say ask your teacher the class code and then enter it here. Let's see how does that looks. As you can see, this is also perfect, clean, things perfectly clean, right? Let's go to form tag. That's great. We can, outside of this, we are gonna have a login. We're gonna have another this class name of div of class name of join class underscore login info. Then here we are gonna have a text field of this like this kind of a text, and later on we are gonna have also an error. So we'll add the error later on, like we will adding the styling up with, like, so if we get an error, then the error would be shown. We'll be doing that later on. Let's see how is our input looking perfectly clean. So let's click on not create class, join class. As you can see, it's looking perfectly clean. Let's create another one which has got a label of owner's email, right? Classroom does not have that, but in our case we'll be using that. Reason you will get to know soon when we get into the Firebase stuff. So as you can see, we are even done with our this join form. That's the only thing you need to do. You could also add some the text here which already they have, who like the classroom have this. They have some text. I thought there's no need of writing those. It's not important. So right, okay, that's nice. So what we can do is now, since we are done with most of our component, now in order to move forward we have to use Firebase. So before that, let's add the login functionality to our application, right? So you can collapse everything, go to a source. So first of all, open a new tab on a Chrome, go to Firebase, just type Firebase, just search for Firebase, click on this one, right? Click on anyone and click on go to console. Login with the account you want. I will log in with my different account there. So this is the these are my applications which I already created. Here I am gonna have an when you are here, just click on new add project here. Add project, just name it anything you want. I will naming YT classroom clone, right? Click on continue. I will disable. Okay, let's enable this. Okay, I'll be deleting this project sooner, so okay, no need of enabling that, because I'll be deleting this project as soon as I have done as soon as I'm okay. Operation has failed, reason object progress event. Let's try it again. What was the name? YT failed to load Google Cloud project, please try again. Retry. Okay, YT classroom clone. Okay, something's bad's happening, try again. Let's click on YT. Let's click on a few things to remember. I don't want this at Firebase. Okay, let's. So what was I saying? I just forgot that. Yeah, I will deleting this because now my user login and login like the Firebase document. This what you say this. Firebase details like the Firebase credentials will be available for anyone can see that, and anyone can modify my database or could do anything, right? So once you are here, once the project is done, click on continue, then come here, click on web, just give it any name here. It does not matter, it won't be available, it won't affect you publicly, it will be for the Google Cloud. Yeah, so here just give any name. I'll name IT classroom clone. I don't want to say, I'll set it up later. When we'll be hosting it, Firebase will automatically do it for us. So when you're done with this, click on continue to console, go to settings, project settings. Before that, go to authentication. Okay, Firebase is go to authentication, click on get started, and here inside enable this Google authentication, add a support email. You can add anything you want, and in my case I'll be doing this, and you can also change this name. You see now, project public facing project 17027. So if you want to stage a set password ticker, so this project will be the name which public will see there according to them, right? So you can change this name. In my case it does not matter here. So let's wait for this to happen. It usually does not take time, it will throw up an error. I don't know perfectly how Firebase will throw up an error. Let's do it again. So let's save that, because if Firebase has to do that, it would do in a second. Just take a sec for them. But if it's taking time, that understand that it's going to show you an error up soon. So let's refresh. Let's refresh it and let's see if it works or not. So you are here at Google. First click on save here, and as you can, I said you, it does. If it has to do that, it does in a second, right? So we are done. We are good to go here. Like we now are done setting our authentication from our Firebase. So now here, when you just come down and click on config here, right? So these are the credentials which we will be using. So I'll be deleting those. So for those who are thinking that we are not to go, yeah, so his credential, don't worry. So I'll be deleting this, and now let's create a new folder. We need some way to get access of this, right? Firebase. We need to add up a Firebase. So before adding up a folder, go for a terminal, add a Firebase package. Just type yarn add Firebase. If you are on npm, type npm install Firebase. In my case it's yarn. Then add a new folder, name it live, and then just name it firebase.js. Now in here, okay, so there seems to be trouble there, then connection retry. Okay, I'll wait for this to install. Let's see how much time does it takes. So it is done installing. Firebase package has installed. Now what we're gonna do is first of all we're gonna import a Firebase, right? So you're gonna say import Firebase from Firebase and then import Firebase slash Firestore, not Firebase slash Firestore, right? Then we are gonna have a variable here which is gonna be const Firebase config, which is equals to this. And what you need to do is now go back to your Chrome, go to this go to this and just copy this thing, right? Just copy this, go back here and paste it up, paste it in this. And now what you do is just type here Firebase dot initialize app Firebase config, right? Firebase config, and then we're gonna say const db is equals to Firebase dot Firestore Firebase. So whenever you wanna to add a data or get a data from the database, we're gonna use db there, Firebase dot Firestore. You'll get to know what I want to say in a second when we start doing it. So we won't be using db for now, we'll be using auth now. But if we are in Firebase, then let's do all the stuff we've been doing, right? So here we're gonna have in const auth is equals to Firebase.auth, and then we're gonna have a const provider, which is gonna be our Google. So is equals to new Firebase dot auth dot Google auth provider just and now we need to export all of these things. So first of all, named exports are gonna be auth pro. We also need to add a storage there where we are gonna use our image to store our images. Storage is equals to Firebase dot storage, and then here we're gonna export named as auth provider, and then we're also gonna export storage, and the default is gonna be a db. So we're gonna say export default db, right? Just save that. So we are done with setting up a Firebase in our application. That's it for setting up our application. Now first of all, what we want this key, first of all we'll go to our context, right? Inside of our context, what we're gonna do is we will add our login function. Like whenever user clicks on login, then he'll log in. Before that, let's add a login page, right? Okay, let's add, instead of login page like HTML, let's add let's add that one, the code, the JS code for it, for making our login work, because that's just 2 or 3 line code, nothing else, right? So what we are gonna do is you're gonna say const login. You're gonna create a function const login is equals to this our function, and then here we're gonna say auth. Make sure you import it there from a Firebase. Auth dot sign in with pop-up, and then here you're gonna pass the provider, which in our case is the Google provider. Make sure you import it up there, and then here, and that's it. This is what you need to do for the login functionality, nothing else. It's done. Yes, it's literally, I'm not joking, it's done. This is the only thing you need to do for the login functionality. I'm not joking. It's just 1 line code to log in there, nothing else. So now the next thing we're gonna do is we also wanna check if the users exist. Like if the user is logged in, then Firebase automatically stores our value in Fire. It stores, like, it knows if the users exist or not. So it's local storage, right? So now we need to access that. So what we do is we'll add a use effect here. Use effect, and there, first of all, I'll explain you what use effect is. I'm also gonna add few more things here. We're gonna add two things here. One is gonna be the logged in user, and set logged in user is equals to use state of an empty for now, and then also let's keep it null here, right? And also we will add the logged in email, like user is the details of the user and logged in mail is the email ID of that user, right? So the reason I was doing it just to make things bit simpler, because you won't be using logged in user for much, like I won't be using. If you want to use it, then you can obviously do that. It provides you lot of features which you can power up your application. You can do that. You can make, if this application anything as you want, you feel free to add features in here. So you're gonna say logged in mail, logged in user, let's say logged in mail here, and then set logged in mail is equals to use state of an empty string for now, or as a initially, right? So now here let's now I have to explain you use effect. So first let's import use effect from React. So use effect, basically this is the way you write the use effect. So this is the normal arrow function, but the thing where this is new is this thing, right? So it's not an arrow function, like, yeah, it's the way of writing use effect, which you can see here, right? The way of writing it. But these array blocks which you see, these array brackets, so what they mean is whatever the value you put here. For example, I put logged in mail here. So what we will do is, for example, you have written code here. For example, this is the code to be run. This is the code, right? One second, I by mistake had double arrows there. So what was to make it highlight? Yeah, okay, this is the error, this is question mark, right? Yeah, that's nice. Let's keep this looks cool. Yeah, so this is the code. Yeah, so for example, this is the code that needs to be run right here, that's not run here. So what we'll do is, whenever it will if there is a dependency here, it's basically as a dependency. So whenever the logged in mail, whenever the component will re-render, it will run this code, and then whenever the value of logged in mail changes, it is gonna again run that same code, right? So it basically depends on that value. If it does not changes, it won't run, but it will run at least once, right? So if you remove this here, then it will run only once when the component loads, your application loads, basically the components where you calling it loads, and then it won't run again. So, and if you remove this dependency arrays, it will run every single time the component re-renders. Basically, like for infinite times it will re-render. So in our case, we'll be using an empty array here, and here we will be checking the value if an user exists or does not exist, right? So what we're gonna say here is we're gonna say const. This is the way of writing functions there. Const unscribe is equals to auth, unsubscribe is equal to auth dot on state changed. It's gonna pass an auth user, and then we're going to use that auth user, and if there's an auth user, okay, let's keep this like this. If auth user exists, let's gonna check. If auth user exists, then set, okay, one thing, sorry, okay, so instead of this, let's keep it in if statement. I forgot how to do this with JS. What's the way we do it? I forgot that, sorry. So let's keep it with the if statement, right? If auth user exists, then I wanna set logged in mail to auth user dot email, and here I wanna set logged in user to the all details it's here. So auth user will basically provide you all the details that Firebase have of that particular user, and if it does not happen, then we'll set all these values to default, which is null. Okay, we'll change that to null there also. I forgot there, these will be null here, and here also it's gonna be null, and let's add null up there too, null, and here also let adds null, and let's add, okay, so we need to call this function also. We're gonna say return this, and then we're gonna call it unsubscribe, right? Unsubscribe. Let's save that. That's good. Let's send, okay, let's pass these values there. Okay, that's great. We are good to go now. Now what we'll do is we'll add a login page there. So we'll be using now React Router DOM. So what you have to do is just go to your terminal, just type yarn add React router. What do you call it, router or router? I think it's router most probably. I have heard people saying it router. Anything, it doesn't matter, it should just work, nothing else, right? So we'll wait for this, and okay, by the time we can add the login component, we can start with the login component. We'll just create a new folder. We're gonna name it login. In here we're gonna create a new file. We're gonna name login.js. in here we are gonna have a new file. We're gonna name it style.css. in the login.js, same trick, RAFCE, okay, RAFCE, just say here h1 of an hello, and then go back to index.js, control CV, control D, log in. Yep, that's great. Go back to your app.js. Now in our app.js, let's add routers there. So import browser router as router switch route. I'll explain you in a second what does all of this means. So first of all, what happens is with browser router, like what does the browser router does is key. So router will wrap, you have to wrap all your application inside of a router, right? So I'll just wrap inside of this. So now my application has access to router. Now I need to add a switch block, which means I can switch between paths. So basically a boilerplate, like you need to do that. So this is every time, this is gonna happen every time when you use React Router DOM. So the next thing is this route. So the route mean is key. The way you do it is like this. You say route. Now you check what is the path. Here it's path gonna be slash. If it is slash, then render me this drawer. Right? We can remove this div and this two right here. Then I wanna render my drawer, right? And I'm gonna say exact also here. The reason for this is key. For example, you're on a let's say here, I will just make sure you note here. So for example, you are here. So your domain is localhost 3000, right? So what if we don't keep it exact here? If we say, okay, let's create another one, route of slash login. So you'll say slash login. So what we'll do is whenever you type slash, so first at the first it will check this one. So this means it will automatically renders that. So if you type anything here, if I type login also here, it won't render login, because what it means is if the path has this thing here, then only render me this. It does not matter whatever you have in the end. So for example, you remove this. Now it will only render when it is a login. But after you type login 123, it will render login. I think so. It renders like that also. Or you need to add something else. I don't know for that. I'm not exactly for sure. I don't think it should render. It won't render like that. Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah. So basically, you get the point of exact, and when you write exact, then it has to be the as same as it is written here. Right? It has to be exactly the same. If it is like, if you write one here, it won't take that. It won't render anything. If a route path exists such, then it will render, or else it won't render. Right? That is the basic functionality how you do that. So yeah, so this is how it works. So here what we can do is key path home, we have a home, right? So okay, we have drawer for now, that's good. So let me check 1 second what we have to do now. Yep, so we have to create our that form, right? So let's create an container here. First of all, let's create a container. We're gonna have only one container here, not more than that, because we only need one there. And this container is gonna have home.js file. Gonna name RAFCE. This won't have any style, it's just container. Just so here it's gonna say it's gonna hello, right? So here that's fine, no need to do that. Okay, so yeah, so now what we to do is we will add a login page. So inside of login page we'll basically work with the login page. So now for the login page, what we're gonna do is key 1 second, there's sort of a pop-up appearing there in my another monitor. Okay, no need for that. Okay, that's fine, we're good to go. Yeah, so here just give a div class name of login login, and then here create an image and just copy paste. I'll just copy and paste there. And do we have a logo? Okay, so logo comes from these are assets. We have to create a folder named as assets, new folder assets. You from my GitHub repo you can get that image, the classroom image. I'm just gonna add it up there, this image right here. So let's go back to login page now. Yeah, so here just type now we're gonna have a button, this button here. We're gonna import that, and then here we'll add on click later on. Yeah, so this is how it works. So now if we save app.js also can do this, and let me open up my application. Here's our application. If we go back to localhost, refresh, and if we go to login page, right, /login. Okay, now we see our login. Now we need to style also. We need to style this one. Here is the button. Beneath it, you guys might not be able to see, but it is here. So we will go back to style.css. Just go and copy all of my styles and paste it there inside. Now import your style.css, import ./style.css, right? Go back to your application, refresh. As you can see, you see your application now, right? Here's the button. I zoomed it out a lot so that you can see it. So here's how this looks like. So next thing we'll do is whenever a user clicks on login, the button there, whenever user clicks on login, he should be able to see, he should get the login pop-up, right? So what we're gonna do is inside of our login.js, we're gonna get a login. We are gonna get const login is equals to use local context, right? Use local context, and then here we are gonna say const login with Google, and then here it's gonna say this and this, and then here we're just gonna simply call our login function, right? Okay, we can do it with one line also. Let's keep it one liner. So we're gonna say here on button, on click, and arrow function there. We're just gonna call our login from there. Right, just save that. Let's see how does that looks. We click on login. Okay, let's refresh. Let's click on login. Okay, we get this pop-up. Nice. It takes a bit, it's taking some time to load. Let's see. Yep, we get that. Let's log in with my email address. Obviously this won't do anything to our application. Let's see if we have an auth user right here. So if I just get my logged in mail, or let's get logged in user, right? And let's console logged in user. Let's see what's the value of logged in user. Okay, let's go back to our application, inspect, open up a console. As you get the now you get this data right here, and you have got the email, display name, IDs. You have got a hell lot of IDs and many other things you have there. So we are done with login. Also, now the next thing we're gonna do is we are gonna add private routes. Private routes in the sense, if the user is logged in, then he should not be able to access our home page, or if the user is logged in, then he should not be able to access our login page, right? So for that we're gonna use private routes. So let's start creating them too. So in order to do that, what we're gonna do is just go back to close all our application and everything. So yeah, so here create a new folder, name it routes. So these are the routes, and here create a new file, routes.js, right? So here I have a boilerplate code there. Just guys go and copy paste it from there. It's not very much like the, so what it basically says is it's user redirect. So it's just basically simple code, it's nothing else there. It just redirects you according to the value up there. So now to use this, we have to change our application format, right? Guys, if you have any problem with this, just let me know, because I don't think you should have any problem. This is super easy, there's nothing much in this, right? It's just redirecting you. So if you have any problem, just let me know. So what this basically does is it creates a route and creates a login path, then here it redirects you if it's a protected route, right? So go back to your app.js. Inside of our app.js, instead of delete all of this, delete all this, and then here say is user redirect, the one which we created. Just say there pass user is equal to logged, to pass our logged in mail. We get a login info in a second, and let's do that. Say logged in path is equals to slash path is equal to slash sign in, and it has to be an exec, and then just say here login. Save that. Now we need to get our logged in mail. So it was const logged in mail is equals to use a local context, right? Save that. That's fine, great. So now here let's add an protected route. So it's gonna be a protected route. We are gonna get pass user is equals to logged in mail, and their path is gonna be a slash, it's gonna be an exact, and then here we're gonna pass our drawer, right? Let's save that. Go back to our application. So if you go back to the home page, as you can see, we are able to access this one. If you go back to try to go back and sign in, this slash sign in, sorry for that. So if you try to go back there, yeah, we are not able to access. It just checks the value. If it gets the value, it will again redirect it. It will redirect you there, right? So that's perfectly great. Great. So now the thing is, we can add a photo URL here. The photo, whatever the login user, the photo will appear there, and then here we can have the login path and the logged in name through which the user is logged in. So that's nice. We are heading somewhere. That's perfectly great. So okay, so the next thing, okay, so let's do that. So we'll be needing logged in user here. So what we'll do is we'll just copy this line to do like so the first thing we need to have our is key. Let me check whether we need to have all of our data. One is key here, one thing we need photo URL here, thing else in this, and here. So okay, these are the two places. So first of all, let's get to header components, header. So inside of header.js, let's get our logged in user, and then let's get its photo URL. Where's the avatar? Yeah, here. src is equals to logged in user dot photo URL. If we save this, and let's give it an optional if in a case we don't get an photo URL. So if we save this, as you can see, it got replaced with my actual URL, right? With my actual photo. So let's add a login functionality also, a logout also if we are here. So logout is also as simple as you think, and we're gonna give class context. So we're gonna give class context. That logout is also just one line code, nothing else. So here we can change it to just a one line. You don't need to have two lines there. This can also be a one liner. And that's fine. So let's add a logout there. So const logout is equals to auth.signout. Right? Save that. Just pass the value to logout. Pass that value. Save your file. Okay, add a comma there, and that's nice. So now go back to a header. Inside of a header, with your where's our app? Yeah, here. Get your log out, and in there on click, where's our avatar? Just say on click is equals to this, then just call your log out function, right? Save that. Let's see does that works. So okay, let's refresh. Okay, let's click log out. As you can see, we are logged out. If we try to get an access of a silent page, we cannot we cannot get there. As you can see, we are not able to get there. That's great. So let's wait for this. Let's log in. Let's choose our email that you want, and as you can see, you are logged in. That's great. So now let's add a join in class, avatar, and all of these two here also. So go back to your join class. So inside our join class.js, first of all, let's get those value also from there. So logged in user. So for the logged in user, okay, so here you are currently signed in as logged in user dot email, and here where else logged in. Let's okay, let me check what was the name there. What is the name that Firebase provides us with? Console. Okay, we have a null for. Why do we have null there? What we are console logging? Okay, so we have to console log there also. 1 second, I'll just console log on user. Logged in user. Let's see how does that looks. Okay, let me. Yeah, we got big some these kind of errors. These are for material UI, right? Uncontact objects are not valid as React. Okay, so I did something wrong. Let's check what I did something wrong. So display name, I'm getting a display name there. Nice. There's a photo URL of this. Okay, let's check what I did. Where did I went wrong? So here I'm getting logged in user.email. That's perfectly fine. So where's our avatar? And here, okay, so this the problem was here. So here it should be logged in user dot display name. Display name, and here also we are gonna have logged in user dot email, and then to an avatar we are gonna give src is equals to log src is equals to log in user dot photo url, right? Save that, go back to our application, refresh. Okay, now we have an error. Let's see what this error is. So okay, we got an error. So for that, what we need to do is give an optional chaining everywhere. So this has to be an optional, this has to be an optional, this has to be an optional too. Okay, sorry for that, what I did. Okay, so how do you increase this font? Control plus, yeah, that's the way to do it. It's not too big. Let's reduce it a bit. This is too small. This fine. This one's done. So let's give an optional here also. Like it's basically an option. If this doesn't exist, then don't worry. Don't render me anything. It basically means that. Right. So if we click on join class, as you can see, we get our every detail of a user. That's great. So since we are done with this too, now the next thing you can do is start creating a classes. So like start working with the Firebase database. So first of all, what we are gonna do is first of all we'll create a class. So whenever the user fills these details, now we're gonna create the class, we're gonna store that class, and then we wanna map through the data and like we're gonna show the created classes, right? So for that, what we're gonna do is we'll go back to okay, yeah, so we'll be using Firebase here, and the way I'm gonna thinking about this first of all, there will two different collections. Okay, let's talk about this later. And if you don't know about Firebase, then you will like what he's talking about. I'll explain you this later what I plan to do. So first let me explain about what is Firebase database. So this, just click on create database inside the cloud for Firestore, click on start in test mode, click on next, and click on enable. Wait for this to get enabled. So and then we'll start adding. So this one's now, so what I have the plan key for every for the user who creates a class, there will be a different way we are gonna store different you can say as a books. Like for I'm explaining for those who does not understand now, like for okay, so it's open now. So this collection you see, you can see it's the parent. So this is a collection in where all the documents are gonna store, all the values we are gonna store. So you just be with me and get used to it. So here, so we're gonna like this, we're gonna have three collections. The three collections will be the one will be the announcement which we make, and one will be the joint classes, and one will be the created classes. So every class will have an each and different ID. So whenever the user has to join, so it will first of all it will go to the created classes, it will check those created classes, and if that created class exists, it will make the user join class, and then we are gonna map through the whatever the logged in mail is, we wanna map through that logged in mail, and we'll get all the details of the classes he has joined, and we'll render those classes, right? So this is the basic functionality how we're gonna do this. And to rendering each class, we're gonna use links like React tool. We are gonna use a link, and that is React Tutor DOM. Gonna use this with React Tutor DOM. So this is the way we are gonna do this, and so let's get started. So first of all, close this one, go back to your close everything. Okay, go back to your create class, create class, and inside this go to form.js. Right, so inside of form.js, first of all what we want is will create four new use states. Const first will be the class name with, then next gonna be set class name is equals to use state. These are the values, these are the values which you're gonna we are gonna use this for storing this data. Then just copy 4 more times. Set section, here we're gonna use section. Set section here you're gonna use the room. Here we are gonna use subject, right? Yeah, subject there. Set subject, that's fine. Now here we are gonna give a value of class name, and then we're also gonna give an on change of an arrow function, and which is gonna take an event, and then you're gonna set our class name to event dot target dot value, right? So here let's do this. Let's copy this. Here we are gonna have our section with a capital S, section, this one, and then here again we are gonna have in subject. Here we are gonna have room, right? That's great. So now the next thing I'm going to do is now all of the value which are the user types will be stored in these 4 states, right? So now first of all, now we are going to get two things. First of all, we are going to get a logged in mail. We will be needing it here. Const logged in mail is equals to use local context, right? So here now we're gonna create a function const add class is equals to, and which will take an event, and we are gonna say event dot event default. It will make our page it will prevent our page from refreshing, default. And then we are here, and I'm gonna say on click is equals to add class, right? Yeah, this one, perfectly fine. So now here, okay, why is this error still coming up? Okay, that will just delay there, right? So here now we need to add UUID. Yarn add UUID. UUID will be using it for generating a different ID for each class. You can type npm install UUID or yarn. If you're yarn, then yarn. So this is basically for every single class we're gonna have a different ID. Like it should have a unique something that won't match with them, so that we can differentiate each single class, right? So names can be the same, but ID cannot be same. So that's why we are using UUID. So in order to use it, we're gonna say import v4 as UUID v4 from UUID, right? So here just say const id is equals to UUID v4, and then here we are gonna say db. So now what we're gonna do is now whenever the user clicks on class, then we're gonna send all of this data to our Firebase. So when I was doing, I thought it for a lot of time. How can we do this? How could be how are we managing the data? Like to add a data, you have to also think what collection you need to add, how are the collection format. So I thought that, so you don't have to think that. I have already just figured it out how we are going to do it. So I just say as I do. So just say db, right? So inside of db we want a collection db.collection. Then here we want a collection of created classes, and in that we'll create a document which will depend on the logged in mail. So if the logged in user is different, then it will be a different document. So then here we want to have a collection which we name it to classes. You actually don't need this collection, but here you're gonna have another document which is of ID, and to map the data you can't map in collection, you can map in document, right? So I had to create an extra collection there. So I just created it here, and I'll name it to this will be the ID whichever this generates, which will be generated there. And then I want to set up some data to it. So what will be the data? First we say set. This is the way you set the data to Firebase in a document. So what you say is key owner, you want to give a field of owner. This will be the logged in mail. Then one more thing you want is the class name, which is gonna be the class name which we created. Class name, this one. And then here we're gonna have a section, which will the section which we created up there, right? Section with S capital, yeah. So here we're gonna have a room, then here you're gonna say room there. Guys, I think that has to be a small one. That does not, it has to be, that actually does not matter, but it looks like more neat when you do that. Anyways, don't matter if just keeping small there, big there, the capital one. So this is now we're gonna say I, and also set the ID there. So this is how, these are all the data which you're gonna do, which you're gonna set. And then if it successes, if Firebase is successing, it will return a promise first of all. But when the promise returns, and if the promise is successful, then we are gonna say then history. Okay, so now in here we are gonna push our data to that particular class. So how the way we are rendering the data is through, we'll map all through the data, all through the classes which user has joined. We'll map through all those classes, and like we'll create basically, okay, I'll explain to this later how we're gonna do this. First let's set the data, then it will be more, if I do this now, it will become a bit confusing for you. I'll explain this later. So here one more thing we need to do is, when the user successfully creates a class, we want to make this disappear, right? So you're gonna say toggle dialog. That dialog should disappear basically. So you're gonna say toggle dialog. Okay, it's not toggle dialog. What was the way we are changing the form there? Okay, we have to set it also. Okay, wait, how are you doing this? Okay, so now, yeah, so we do this, so we'll get our this thing, where is this create class dialog, right? You're gonna get create class dialog there, and out of this we only need I only set create class. I'll delete this one, and then I want to set this, just copy and paste to false, right? That's all you need to do. Now let's test if that works. Let's go there, let's see what happens. Let's refresh. Now let's click on create class. Yes, I have read it, I agree. Now let's say test 1 section A. Can we do this in a first test? Let's see. Subject coding, room, let's say of 2. Let's create that. Okay, dialog closed. That means Firebase didn't return any error. Now let's check, do we have that data in the Firebase with that ID also? Let's check. Let's refresh a Firebase. Now we should have a collection and created classes. Let's check, do we get that? And yes, we do get. So we are getting our email ID through which we are logged in. We are getting our classes, as you can see, and we are getting our this email, this ID which UID created, and we have a section A, room 2, test 1. That means our test is successful, right? So that's Great. And now if the user was different, then it would create another document with that email ID here. Let me show you how that works. So if I log out, I'll log in with a different email. Let's wait for this. So this is how we are going to do. We are going to do same type of procedure with joint classes, and later on we are going to map through all those classes and we are going to display those. Just wait and let's you can just see how does that works. So if I do there, so let's refresh. As you can see, I got the P there, and now if I click on join class, as you can see, I made simplified name at the PG, and this is my name. And then if I click on create class, and now if I create class test2 section of A, let's don't give it a test. Okay, let's don't give it a test. It does not matter. Let's keep this test coding and room 1 2 3. Let's create that. How does that looks? So as you can see, it's perfectly clean, right? You got one another document with a simplified this. So why I did this is because key, for example, that user is not G is simplified dem. So we obviously don't want this user to see this user's class, right? So when we are getting the data, we're fetching the classes, so we will fetch through the logged in mail. So logged in mail will be this, it will get this class and get these IDs. Once again, the classes will be shown, and in these classes it will map through all those classes, it will get those data, it will be an array, and it will using this data will show all of our classes. So that's how we are gonna do this. And now since we are done with create class, create class, now we can start with join class, right? So the next thing we are gonna do is we are gonna do the join class, right? Make a user join the class, right? So for that, go back to the join class. So go back to the join class. You can close this here. Create 2 new states. You don't need logged in user now. So here create tune. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. So here join class.js. Yeah. Here create 2 new states and name them. You can name here, just name them const class code set class code is equals to use state, right? Do the same here with email. Set it to email, and yeah, that's perfect. And now where are the place we have our inputs here? So here give it an value is equals to input class, what is this, class code, right? So give it a class code, and then on change it accepts an event, and then we are gonna set our class code to event.target.value, right? e.target.value. That's perfectly nice. Let's now do the same with our email, right? That's perfectly clean. And now the next thing I'm going to do is gonna also add an error state. So const error set error is equals to use state, right? And then where we have an input, then inside of our input give it an error is equals to error. If it will be true, it will show it as an error, and we need a helper text of error. If error is true, then just say no class was found, right? Just say that. Yeah. So here now where we have a button here, so here we are gonna say on click is equals to join class. So now we are gonna create a function. So okay, so we might be having this naming issue, so let's name it join class handle. Let's name it handle submit. So just say here const handle submit is equals to takes an event it's for an event. We're gonna say event dot prevent default, right? Yeah. Then in here we are gonna say db database. So first of all, what you want to check when user enters, first of all you want to check if that class exists. So first of all you want to check that class. So what we'll do is he'll say db dot collection created classes dot doc, then check the email which the user has entered, and then db dot doc email, then they get the collection of classes, then get the document of id which user has entered, document of an id, document of class code, sorry, right, class code which is the id, the class id, and then we're gonna get the data dot get dot then it will return a promise. Now if the promise is true, like if we got the data, then we're gonna say doc get a taken parameter doc. So we're gonna check if that doc exists, right? If there's a doc with the class code, then on also and percentage and doc dot owner, like it will get the data of everything. Remember, we are passing their owner also, so the owner is the person who created. So if that owner is not equal to logged in mail logged in user dot email, you can type logged in user dot email, then only if it is true, then only you do this. Another thing we do is we are gonna say then we create two new states if the collection exists. First of all, you'll get to know why we're creating these states in a second when we complete with this. So first we'll create a const of, I'll explain this, const join data and set joined data is equals to use state of this, and const class exists. This is a value if the class exists. If the spelling is wrong, it will be exists exists. Set class exists to use state of initially, let's keep it okay. Initially we don't want anything, let's keep it false, right? Let's keep it false initially. And the join data, yeah, that's fine. So that's perfect, that's clean. Yeah, so the next thing we're going to do is here is key const handle submit. Yeah, here if the doc exists, if the doc is there, like if the details you entered there's a class exists and you are not the owner of that class, it's created by someone else, then we're going to say set class exist is equals to true. Also set join data, you'll get to know why we're doing this in a second. Set join data to doc dot data and then set error to false, right? That's it. if it does not happen, if it is false, like if the class, either the owner and the logged in user both are same, or either dog doesn't exist, any case of both happens, then we want to say set error. So it will show you an error, set error to true, and set class exists to false, and return. Like just get out this function, right? So now here when we handle submit, now we wanna check one more thing. So it's if class exists, it's true. If it is true, like if the class exists, after this if the classes exist, it exists, then what you have to do is db.collection, then you wanna get the joint classes, and then .doc, then we create a doc of a logged in user.email, right? And then you're gonna get a collection, and then you're gonna create a collection of classes, and then a document of class code, right? And then we wanna set join data, the data which you are getting, like the every data that is was when the class was created, right? So once that happened, I want to close my form again, then close form, okay, not close form. What was the value there? How are we using join class? How are you opening and closing join class? Let me check it there. If class exists, what's the value? Okay, this one. So here we're gonna set this to false, right? Now if we save this, let's go back to our application, here and this one, right? Let me get this right here and this one right here. So let me get an class from a Firebase. Okay, so from what account are we logged in currently? So okay, we are from this account we are logged in, and let's get in class of this class. Let's take this email. First of all, let's check if let's see if class code is wrong, what happens. I click on join, it said no class assault. Great, and it's look perfectly clean. Now if we enter the correct class, let's see what happens. Let's copy this, let's see. The form closes. Okay, so we got an error if doc is not in function there. Okay, so let me check what's the error is for. Okay, so I added the bracket there, which should not be added up there. Let's save that. Go back to our application. Let's see how the stat looks. Sign in. Yeah. Join class. Let's do it again. Control C. Classes. Not this one. Sorry. Yeah, this one. Control C. Control V. Then if you click on join, as you can see, it works. Now let's see, do we get a collection there? Let's refresh. We hopefully should get, and yes, we got, and yes, we did it. And let's see if we have a data over there also too. Okay, let's wait for it. And as you can see, we got a joint data as an object. That is not at all an issue, right? So that is perfectly great, perfectly fine. We are doing this is correct. And so what we can now do is we can now start rendering our joint classes, right? So it might seem pretty simple at when you do it, but like it was, I had thought a lot of that, so this was the simplest way I could think of, right? So as my channel name suggests, simplifying programming, so my code, so I try to be in that my code should be as simple as I can, right? So that is what. And now let's So now let's render our join classes, right? So to render that, what we are gonna do is we'll go back to our app.js. So inside our app.js, we have to first of all get that data, right? So in order to do that, what we're gonna do is so let me think about it. So yeah, so we're gonna create two new states. So gonna create two new state const. So now we have two different collections for join classes and created classes. So we have to get so separately we have to get data for both of the classes, right? So to do that, what we are gonna do is first get the data from created classes. So let's do this: created classes and set created classes, right? Is equals to use state, and initially it's gonna be a null empty array. And then here what we're gonna say use effect. Inside of we'll create a use effect inside of this, inside of this. So first of all, we need to get a logged in mail. So if logged in mail exists, we depend on logged in mail. Sometime you might get an issue that logged in mail does not exist, then we'll throw up an error, and this has to be in dependency here logged in mail. So when the logged in mail changes, the value should here also change. It should read, and it will read in the report, right? So what is a say key? We'll create a let unsubscribe is equals to db. Make sure you import it db.collection created classes. We are a CR created classes. Go inside created classes. Basically, we are saying go inside created classes. Get in doc of logged. Get inside the doc of logged in mail. Get inside of collection. Check the collection named as classes. Then now on snapshot, basically whenever the value changes, this means whenever the value change, it will pass and like on snapshot means whenever it change, whenever there's a add or delete in the data, that then it will just re-render the code, and it will get the value, then it will again set the value basically. So on snapshot, it will pass an value object parameter there, set created classes to snapshot dot docs dot map, and for every single doc set doc dot data, right? So this is what we are doing here. And now if we outside of here, let's return once again here, and now here if we return unsubscribe and unsubscribe, let's see what happens. And now let's console log our logged in created classes too. Do we get a value or not? Created classes, right? Let's save that, go back to our application, this one here, let's open a console, and as you can see, we get an object with the user with the join data, and as you can see, we are perfectly correct. So the next thing we are going to do is we'll get that now the classes which are joined. We'll be getting our joined classes, right? So let's do that. So let's go back to your RVS code. Inside here, let's create another use state, right? I was checking something. Yeah, so let's create another use state. Let's copy from there my original code. This was join classes, set join classes. So this is also pretty much the same. We are gonna get our join classes now. So we're gonna say use effect logged in mail will be the dependency here. Logged in mail is gonna be the dependency, and then here we're gonna say if logged in mail changes, right, then let unsubscribe is equals to db dot collection join classes dot doc logged in mail dot collection classes dot on snapshot. We're gonna get in the parameter gonna say passes snapshot, and then here you're gonna set our join classes, set join classes snapshot dot docs dot map doc equals to doc dot data dot join data, right? Okay, so I did something wrong here. Okay, it has to be an one more this here and this like this. Yep, now it is fine, I think so. Yeah, it's fine. So now we are setting the value, that's correct, and then let's return on unsubscribe. Return unsubscribe, and now let's console log. Are we getting a value for joint classes? Joint class. Let's save this. Go back to your application. Open your console. We got nothing for now. Let's refresh. Let's see what do we get there. Okay, so we got something, and yes, we got our class and the original server to which is the other email address through which we are logged in. That's great. So it means we just completed with getting creating a class and getting a class, right? So that's great. Now another thing we have to do is now let's start rendering our classes, right? So the way we are gonna do is go to here and we can remove this here. So we are gonna have a main here. Let's see. So we are gonna have on our home page. We wanna let me open my this original classroom. So okay, I have to do it again. Leave it. So we are gonna map through all of our classes, all the classes which we are getting, and for each classes we wanna have an kind of a an item which returns all those values on those values, right? Like all the detail of the classes. So we'll do that for now. Okay, let me at least open the real classroom, not the real one. Okay, let me open the one I created. I don't remember the name there. Okay, it's classroom clone. We'll get classroom clone. This one. So okay, I have to sign in for you. Okay, we'll just checking what I'm just showing you what we are building, right? We'll just skip a bit ahead if you wanna directly go there. Yeah. So okay, I don't know. I think that was a network issue. If okay. Anyways, so yeah. Yes. So we have this. So we are planning to create this one now. Like this kind of a look we'll give it now to our. So it's basically mapping through the classes which you have joined and classes which you have created, both of that. We're gonna map all through both of that and render our owner's email and the class name, and then on click, as you can see, the ID is changing, right? This is the original ID, the class ID, right? So we'll get this also there. So okay, let's do that then. So we'll go back to our home VS Code in here. So to do that, we're essentially gonna go to our app.js, right? So inside of our app.js, you're gonna access these two values. So what we want is we'll create a new folder. We'll name this new folder. We're gonna name this joined classes. Joined or created, like both comes in one category, like all the classes you have got access to, right? So just name this. We're gonna name this the folder this, and you're gonna name it joined classes. Join and join had has difference, right? So RAFCE, same trick. H1 of an hello. So this one's gonna be will be this data you're gonna be mapping through this will right. So inside of our index.js, let's import and export 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5. So which component is one component anyways? So yeah, so let's see joint classes. Join classes. Okay, so what is one component missing? 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4. Okay, we have 6 here. 1 2 3. Okay, so 6 components, right? Every component is being exported from here. Correct. So inside of our app.js, now since we have a create class, what we want to do is for where is our sign this part? Yeah. So now what we want to do is for every created class, we are basically gonna map through our created classes. Yeah, we are map through our created classes. So we're gonna say dot map. It will return an item. For each item, return me joined classes, and we'll pass this data, right? Class data is equals to and we'll pass this to class data to our created classes item, sorry, class data will be our item, right? Perfect. Same thing with created class with joined classes. So here we're gonna say instead of mapping through created class, we're gonna map through joined classes, and again we're gonna return same. So now if we go back to our application, now we should see pretty much some hellos there. As you can see, we see two hellos, and this user, as we know, has already joined two classes. One is one he has created class, and one he has joined, right? So that is perfectly great and clean. So that's working. Now now we will go back to our joined. So we also, this is going to be also an unordered list, OL. This everything is gonna be covered in that, right? And you're gonna give it a class name of join. So this is not app__ join, because this is a part of the join classes, right? So instead of saying join classes, this is join, right? So now here inside of join classes.css, create a new file, style.css. Now inside of style.css, just copy all of the style. This has pretty much big styles. It has a lot of styles there, as you can see. So join classes, inside our join classes, we'll create an we'll remove all of this. We'll create an li. We're gonna name class name of join__ list. This one does not have much details, but it has a lot of divs. You'll see what I mean in a second. So here we're gonna create an another class, which is be joined__ wrapper. Right here we're gonna have a joined__ container. Then here we're gonna have an image wrapper dot joined__ image wrapper. This is gonna be a self-closing div. Then here we are gonna have another self-closing div, which will be the joined__ image. This is also gonna be self-closing. Then in here we're gonna have an join underscore underscore content div for content. In here we are gonna have a a link to this, like this. So here link means link is basically like key, what you say, this link is key mapping through, like rerouting, basically change like redirecting the user to somewhere else. So this is be the class data.id, because as you have seen in the earlier application, we are getting the access of classes according to this class data.id. So this means like slash and class data.id, and here we're gonna say h of class data class name. So let's accept class data there. Now if we save this, go back to our application and refresh. Let's see what happens. Okay, so why is this happening? Why? Okay, so first of all you have to import a style.css. Everything's working, that's not an issue, but what I was worried about is the styles. So import style.css, right? Just save that, and let's see, I think, and that's clean, right? So you get the details there, everything, like, so here the link's changing, right? So here will be having this thing here, like this, all these details, and here we have these. So this is perfectly clean. If you have made till here, I truly appreciate. Let me know if you have come, if you are if you're still with me, just type it out in comment. I'll be very much happy there. So now here we wanna have an outside of this link, we're gonna have an p tag of class data.owner, whoever the owner is, we're gonna display that name there. So in one we should, and that's it. That's what I was talking about. That's look perfectly clean, right? So it's a 2 bold there. So inside our joint underscore owner, here let's give it an I important tag, and here also important, because it should not be this much bold, right? So let's remove this bold. Let's decrease it to 400. Does 400 looks? Yeah, 400 is fine. This 400 is fine, right? Perfectly clean. Now we need to have these avatar there, these avatar and these images also, and these pretty small icons there also. So we'll go back to join class. Outside of this div, we're gonna have an avatar. So avatar, and to this you're gonna have a class name of join underscore avatar, and then src of this. I just got src of this image and just import it there from your index. Why it's not importing? Okay, it's imported now. Yeah, save, and let's see how does that looks. Let's wait. Yeah, and we got that avatar too. That's perfectly clean and nice. So the next thing I'm gonna do is outside of this div, let's create another div dot joined underscore bottom. In here we're gonna have a perm contact calendar, and then we are gonna have an folder open icon. Make sure you auto import it there. VS Code automatically did it. You make sure you import it there. Yeah, just see. Now let's see how does that looks now. As you can see, that is clean, perfectly clean. And this means we are done with this also. Let's try creating a class, and do we get another this one here, right? Let's check that. So we'll go to create class. We'll say test 4. So I just named anything, right? I'm just so let's give it an anything and just create. And as you can see, at that snap, it literally created it at just a, like, it created in a this like it change it real time. Like it was listening to it, and as soon as something came, it returned it, right? So it's like a listener there. The snapshot we used now, this was the work done by the snapshot. So snapshot is like a listener who is listening to all the changes you made to Firebase, every single change, and as soon as he hears the change, he totally he like exactly like he is like he returns the change and updates your state, right? So this is how it's happening. And now what we can do is we can style this one here, correct? Not 1 second, yeah, this thing, like styling these, we can do these. So for that, first of all, we need to find a way how can we create these links. So the way is pretty much easy. There's not much not like creating these are not is a big task. So the way you're gonna create this key, we'll go back to app.js. Inside our app.js, we are again can we map? No, we can't map here. So above, I'm gonna do it at the top. First of all, you wanna map through our created classes. So here's our created classes dot map. For each single thing, you return me an item, and then here return. Then here you have to I'll return a router, and I'll take in key will be key is equals to index. Let's get it from our parameters. Index key will be of index, and then exact, and then path of not this, 1 second, exact, and path of string concatenation slash dollar item dot id. Basically it's like it's creating slash, and outside of a slash it adds an our id. So and for each one of that, just say me hello, each one for now, hello, and a p tag of item dot id, p tag item dot id is just for now. You'll be changing it to a new file. Instead of the router, it has to be route, and we'll import there here. So here we're gonna say route, right? Let's save that, go back to the application. How does that looks? Let's see. So if I click on this, and you got that same idea as you have seen, as you're seeing above, right? That's perfectly clean. If I click on this id and this id is same, this is perfectly working. And why don't we see this? Okay, so now we have got an error. Okay, so we should have been okay. The reason is the reason we don't see this is because it's not a created classes, it's a joint class. So in order to see this, we also want to map through our joint classes, right? So let's map through our joint class. So you can just copy and paste this, and here we are gonna have joint class dot map. Let's see how does that works. Do we see it now? Okay, and we see there. Here you go. So that's perfectly clean, nice, and working. So now we are almost done with our application. There are few, like this is the last component we are gonna be doing that. Now we have 2 or 3 more components. We have announcement also then left. Yeah. Okay. So we'll start with our main.js. We're gonna name this main. So okay. So then let's let's start with it then. So let's start this. So first of all, let's create a new folder. We are gonna name this main. 1 second. Yeah. Instead of new folder, just name main. Inside of main, create a new file. Gonna name this main.js. Then here create another inside of a main, create a new file. Name it style.css. Style.css. Yeah, that's it. And now inside of our app.js, we are the way we are rendering our where's our app.js. 1 second. Yeah, here, sorry. Yeah, inside of our app, inside of our hello, first of all we're gonna render a drawer, uh, because through our drawer we are rendering our header also. And here instead of this we are gonna have this event, and then we did RASE in there, so just we do RASCE. Here we are gonna say h1 of main. Save that, go back to your app.js. Inside of our app.js, let's import and export, let's do the main also, export it from index.js main. Let's save that, go back to our app.js, just say here main index control. Okay, just import it also. Okay, for some reason it's not imported. Okay, it's imported now. Then again just copy this and paste it there. Now let's go back to our application. Now we should see something. Yep, we should not see this. Yeah, we see this. That's correct, perfectly fine. So now to our main we also need to pass our class data, right? We'll be reading it, so let's pass our class data, that is our item. Class data is equals to item. Same here also, where up there, here just say class data is equals to item. Right, now go back to our main.js. so okay, main.js is pretty much of like just copy and pasting things most of there, because there's a lot of HTML in there, not CSS. So let's copy our styles are way big. What yeah, just copy all those styles, and in our main.js just copy this stuff. Instead of this, just only this much you need to copy, not else. The rest will be doing on our own. You know, see, this is the why I didn't like it. As you can see, it has lot of extra styles, right? So I didn't wanted those extra styles. That was the reason I did that. So let's get our class data. So okay, so are we having an extra div? Okay, so this div, so do we need to add an extra one more div there? Yeah, this was the reason I was not doing that. So if you go back to our application, let's refresh. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Yeah, so here we see that. Okay, so why is this still normal? Okay, so it is normal because we are not importing style.js. So guys, as you can see, it is nothing JS or nothing is used there. Like if you're thinking it's everything, it's like a normal HTML, right? But it's just a big kind of a thing. So don't worry, you have not missed anything by copy or pasting that. If it came for here HTML and CSS, right? So let's see that how does that looks. As you can see, it looks perfectly clean. That's great. So now we are going good, right? So the next thing we have to do is this we'll be writing on our own, because it has got sort of a logic, or you can also copy here. Okay, so as you can see, it looks good. The next thing, next and the last thing I'm gonna complete is here is this announce thing, right? So as soon as I click on, I get this form here and I can post anything I want, right? So we have to work on this now. So for that, what are we gonna do is, let's go back to the application. So outside of outside of even this one, okay, this one, yeah, in this div, okay, yeah, this div. So here we are gonna have another div, main.announce, main __ announce. Guys, you can change your name, feel free to change this styling, this name styles, class names, right? Feel free to change all the class name you want. Then here, if you need any help, just message me. Just name it upcoming here, upcoming. Then we'll have another p tag, and that we're gonna give a class name of not class data, class name of main underscore subtext, and this is gonna say no work due, right? Then outside of this, let's have some announcement dot main underscore announcements, and then here have another div dot main underscore announcements wrapper, not this one, yeah, wrapper. Then here, okay, just save this one. Okay, we can have dot main underscore a and c, which means announcement content, and then we are gonna have an input here. Input will be of not an input, input won't be here. Class name of main underscore what should I name this? I'll name this anything. Main underscore anything, sorry for that. Okay, let's give it a proper name. 1 second, I'll give it a proper name there. Avatar. I'll surely 1 second, I'll just give this a proper name. Okay, so for instead of anything, let's give it another wrapper 100th wrapper, and then this also. Sorry. So here let's change the, where are we using anything anywhere? Let me find it. Main underscore anything. Here we are using control V main.js, right? So that looks okay. So now let's open up our application. Let's see how does that looks. Okay, so we should have been wrapper. We should have been something. We should have a slight kind of a background there. Let's see why isn't it coming up. So we have an ANC content announcements wrapper, and then main underscore wrapper 100. That's fine. Then we have an avatar. Okay, let's create another div. Let's give it a name of announce something to class. Okay, so we don't have we should get a background there. We are not having that for some reason. Let's check why is it so. The rest of the things are fine. That is not an issue. Let me check it. The style.css wrapper, where are we using announcements wrapper? So this is the place we are using it. It might be an spelling issue also. Yeah, it was a spelling issue. So okay, so we have some issues there. Announcements, okay, so here instead of being announcements, then here let's give an announcements also there, and announcements wrapper, right? So here let's give this announcements. How does that looks now? Yeah, that's clean. That's perfectly clean. Now it's looking fine. So the next thing we want to, okay, so this one also into style, this one right here. So for this, which is our main underscore wrapper 100, that should work. Why is this not working? Main underscore 400. Yeah, they're giving a display of flex. It should work. Why isn't so? Let's see. Why is that? Let's refresh. This one it's running slow. Test 2. Okay. Let's inspect it then. So here, let's get this one. Yeah, is it getting a display of flex? It is not getting any style, in fact. Yep, it is not getting any styles. Okay, let's see why is it so. Main underscore underscore wrapper 100, right? That's perfectly fine. Control V. Okay, so it was class data as written class data there. Oh shit. This thing, these errors. I hate these kind of errors. Instead of class data, it's class name. Let us open a classroom clone. Okay, where is our localhost? Let me bring up localhost. Here, yeah. So now that looks clean. The next thing we want to do is key, like whenever user clicks on this, then he should see this form, right? He also has got an option. So as we did earlier, we are also in this case also we're gonna create another state. Yeah, I will create another state. And let's do this. So if that state will be true, then we are gonna render this. If it if that is not the case, we are not going to render that, right? Let's do that. So let me bring up everything to my another screen. Yeah, so let's create a class show input cons. Okay, so we haven't added any logic in here now. It's our first logic in this file. Const show input set show input is equals to use state of true, use state of false. Sorry, initial is gonna be false, right? So now here, where is our this announce of that? In this, whenever user clicks on this, on click set show input to true, right? Yeah, true. That is it. And now here under our 1 second. Yep, under our main underscore ANC content here, right here we wanna see if show input is true. If show input is true, then we are gonna render our form, which will create in a second, h1 form. Or else if it is in true, then render render all of these things, right? Save that. Let's go back. Let's see how does that looks. So if I click on this, as you can see, it showed me a form. Let's refresh. It will get the data in a second. My net is a bit slow, so as you can see, if I click on this, it showed me the form, right? That's correct. So now we'll do our now we'll start setting up a form. So for our input, we need a value also. Here we'll do it when const input value set input is equals to use state of an empty string, right? So here underscore inside of this show input, first of all we are gonna have a div of dot main underscore form. Okay, so I can't do it like this. I can't just emit here. I have to do it manually. Okay, so did we 1 second guys, 1 second. Yeah, div.main underscore form. Then let's close this div /div class name of main underscore form. Save that. and then here let's have a text field to which id is gonna be, it's gonna be a multi-line, and we are gonna give it a id also, and it has to be a multi-line. Label will be announce something to class, right? And then variant is gonna be a field, and then value will be input value on change is equals to, we're gonna set our value, it's gonna accept an event set input to event dot target dot value, right? This one's it. Let's save that, and let's go back to our application and let's see how input looks like now. As you can see, input is coming there and it looks clean, pretty much clean, right? So let's add some buttons now. We have left with buttons, then we'll start adding a bit of logic also then. So what are we gonna say is create another div.main __ buttons. Then inside of this we are gonna have input. I'll just copy this input is gonna be a type of file, and then it has we don't need this, yeah. So it has an input of type of file and color of primary. Then here we are gonna have another div. It's gonna be an empty div /div. Save that. In here we're gonna have a button which is on click is equals to arrow function, as usual, arrow set show input to false, and it is gonna say cancel. Okay, 1 second, false, and it is gonna say cancel. Let's import our button to, okay, material UI auto import. Yes, so as you can see, we got a choose file button. Okay, so what why do we are getting an error? Okay, it might have not be saved. Anyways, so we get a button now, I think so. Let's refresh it. My internet can't do anything for that, right? So yes, it's clean, right? Yep. So now we have a cancel button. Let's add an prime and let's add a post button also. So here let's add another button. Let's name it let's have it post, right? So let's save that and let's see how does that looks now. Let's see a post in a second. That's great. So now it is looking like exactly like this. As you can see, not a very slight difference, but doesn't matter, right? And okay, so as you can see, if I click cancel post, cancel, that's clean. So now the next thing is we are gonna do is we want to everything that we type here, we want to send it to a Firebase. So and later on Firebase will get that value and check those values, and then it will basically like render these. For example, if I show you, if I choose a file, these are the raw videos which I'm just shooting. Let me get in downloads. Let's get an image. This one's fine. So if I say hello world, let's just post it and wait a second. Now as you can see, you see this. So I by mistake clicked 2 times, and for some reason it's happening there. Anyways, so as you can see, you see this. So now this is what we are going to work on now. First of all, let's work on updating these. So so adding this thing is, so we already learned how to do this, but now the thing we have to do is we have to add an image, and in order to do that, will use something called not this, yeah, we will use something called storage. So storage is basically like a database, but it allows you to store any image, like image and any image or PDF, whatever you want. So here, so we'll be using it to store our image, and this will also return an image link for us so that we can use this image here, right? As you can see, this one, so image will appear some kind of this. So let's start with that. So in order to do that, we already have this, okay. So to do that, what we'll do is key, so first of all, let's create a function. So first of all, we need to find some way to store our image, right? Like we also, for like the image we select, we want to also store that image. So what we'll do is first of all create a const image set image is equals to use state, not use state, use, we are not white hat junior, and we're gonna say null, and then here we're gonna add a function named const handle change is equal to, it accepts an event, and then if e dot target files, if e dot target dot files zeroth array, like first image, then set image to e dot, like it at what it can accept only one file, right? So we'll have only one file there, then set the image to that, right? So if not, then it won't do anything, it won't select that image. And here where we have our input, to our input we are gonna give it on, where's our input, not this input, the input we have above, yeah, this one input. To this input we are gonna give a on change is equals to handle change, on change is equals to handle change. So this image is just for us, not for, like, we need this image to send it to Firebase, like by the default behavior of this input will automatically do that. As you can see, we are not giving any value to this, so when we select this, select any image, it will automatically get that image, so we don't have to store, give it a value or something kind of thing, or they do the file, like the browser automatically does for us, so we don't have to worry about that. So the thing which you have to worry about to send the data to our Firebase. So for that, we'll create a function, right? So let's go up. So in here, let's see what we are gonna do. First, let's create a function. We'll name it const handle upload. Upload is equal to, like, uploading a data, you can say it as like that, sending our data to Firebase. So what do you want this key? First of all, let's add a const. This is directly on the documentation. I saw the documentation and did that. Const upload image is equals to storage, imported from Firebase, from a local Firebase also, storage dot ref, then string concatenation images slash dollar image dot name, like it's basically like a collection, like in a storage you have a collection, right? So like it's basically giving a path there, right? So dot image dot name, so in this path you just put this image, right? So basically like that, dot put image, right? So the next thing, let me check if it's correct, the image is slash dollar image dot name, fine. So now what we do is key upload image dot on state changed, state underscore change, basically like a snapshot. Like how does a snapshot works, like I discussed the snapshot previously, it's the same like that, snapshot, and an arrow function. Then in here storage dot ref images dot child. So this is like basically we had a that what you say collection and a document there, right? So here you say ref, and to the document you say kind of a child. The behavior is not same, but you can, like, the name are pretty much the same. So we're gonna child of image dot name, and then we're gonna get when we get inside it, get download URL. Get download URL, it will return promise. Then we're gonna say dot then db. Now we have to access our db will be, because we'll be updating our data to our database now. db dot collection announcements one second, announcements, and then we're gonna say dot doc of classes. We don't need a email here, so, and then we are gonna say dot collection class data dot id, and then we wanna add timestamp. Okay, there's no need of timestamp, right? Yeah, there's no need. You can add a timestamp if you want. So if you want to add a timestamp, I'll just show you how to add a timestamp. We're going to be using timestamp here, because timestamp will be this is the way you do it. So Firebase, make sure you import your Firebase from Firebase, import Firebase from Firebase, right, this way. So Firebase dot firestore dot field value dot server timestamp. So like this, it's basically like so this is the way you get add a timestamp, right? So now we wanna get an image URL, and that should be our URL which that was passed there. Okay, so did I pass there? Okay, I did something wrong. So dot collection dot add dot get download URL. Okay, so here I have inside of dot then I have to add URL also there. So we're gonna get this URL, right? Dot get URL, and then a text of whatever the text is the users wanna send, that will be the input value. And then also you're gonna send a sender, that is gonna be the logged in mail, right? Okay, senders gonna be logged in mail. So let's get a logged in mail also. We're gonna say const. Okay, let me do it in a one line. Sorry for that noise. So we're gonna do it on one line. Let's say const logged in mail is equals to use local context. Why is not auto import working? It's making me, yeah. So sender of logged in mail, that's correct, and then that's it. You did that. So let me explain what basically happening is here. Whenever you upload an image, so what this does is it's selecting that image, like it's storing the first image that you select, right? So so it gets that image, so it stores that image. Now whenever you click on whenever this function is executed, what it will do is first of all it will upload image to this, and basically it will put this image there, right? It will put that image inside of this images collection. You can say the ref inside of a collection, inside of our images collection, and inside of our image.name. Basically it's like this. Cloud, if you go to storage, then here you're gonna have a ref which is of images, then inside here you're gonna have image.name. It will get that. So then it will get that download URL of image, then it will get that will pass an URL. The promise will pass an URL there. You can get to access the URL after that when you get the download URL, and then this is the same as we were adding our data to our, then this will add a data to our FIRESTORE, right? So this is what we are doing it. Now we have to call this function. So what we'll do is call where is a on a post button, we are gonna say on click is equals to handle upload. So now if we save and let's check, does that works or not, or you get another error. Let's refresh to be on a safe place. Okay, so it's refreshed now. And guys, one more thing I need, I think I told at the beginning, like if if the user's not, for example, I open an incognito window, right, and I open my localhost 3000. Yep, it's open. So if I log in now with some one of my different email which I have not used yet, let's wait for this. So okay, which one should I use? I'll use this one. Let's next. So as you can see, you are logged in. So now most of the trick could be like, most people would think if we type the same URL, then you can get the access of this class, right? So let's test that. Do we get that access? Let's see. Do we get the details of there? No, we don't get. The reason we don't get is that we are mapping through the URL which we are remember how we are getting a data. Let's check that. So if we go back to our app.js, so here we are getting a join class. And how are we getting join class? It depends on logged in mail. So if logged in mail doesn't exist, how will we get the data for there? So if logged in mail does not exist, then it won't get the classes. Like logged in mail has, so if logged in mail exists also, if it already exists in a collection, but user not joined it, so it will never get the data for that. The data is never coming, and it is never looping through it, never creating that ID. If it's not getting that ID, well, it create an ID. That's the thing. I hope you understood, right? So this is the reason for why it was not why an user cannot access the class, right? So that is, so now let's try something which we were here, which we did just now. Let's go back to our application here. Yeah, so let's announce something. We say hello world. Let's choose a file. We're gonna choose the same file here. Let's post this. Will it work? Let's see. Okay, we don't get an error. That's nice. Let's go to a Firebase here. 1 second. Yeah, here. So now let's refresh. We should see an image here first of all. Then we'll go to our Firestore. As you can see, you got an images, and inside of here you should see an image. As you can see, you get that image, right? It also provides you a download URL, right? So if you go to a Cloud Firestore, now I'll show you where the download URL is. Let's go back to Cloud Firestore. Inside of Cloud Firestore, now you should see a collection name announcement. There we go. We got a collection name announcement. We got an ID, and here's a random document which our Firebase automatically creates. If you are setting a data inside of a collection, it will create this, and there we go. We have this. This is the download URL. So if I just type this, if I go and search for this URL, if I just go get this URL, I should see the image. As you can see, I get that image, right? So that is what I was talking about. So now the next thing and the last thing we need to do is to make our application complete, to map through this data, and for each one you need to get this thing, right? So let's do that even. So doing that is also pretty much simple. You don't need to do extra anything, literally not anything. So just go to your components, new folder. Let's create an announcement. Create a new file, announcement.js, RAFCE, okay, RAFCE, h1 of an hello, as usual, h1 of hello, h1, save that, go back to your create a new file, style.css, go to my GitHub repo, copy those styles, just paste in there, not big style, small styles there. Here index.js, again import export, announcement, right? Okay, so we had a spelling error there. Announcement, and that's fine. Let's go back to our main. Inside of our main, inside our main, we need to be with the place where we need to add it is here, outside of these two divs. Yeah, here, and we are gonna pass the We need to import this from here, announcement and class data, which will be our class data, right? Just save that, and let's go to announcement.js, or let's open our application. Now we should see an announcement there. Once again, we'll call it 3000, and now we should see hello written there. As you can see now, hello is written there. So the next thing we want to do is we wanna map through the data, right? Like the data which we have already in a Firebase. So to do that, what we'll do is we'll go back to an announcement. We'll create an state const announcement set announcement is equals to use state of an empty array, use state of an empty array, right? And then we're gonna have an use effect. Let's import that. Yeah, so here like this, not double zero, not with a single zero. Then here have an empty this one. Here it depends on class data. So okay, so we are gonna accept a class data also from as a React prop class data. So we are gonna say if our class data exists, if it exists, then we wanna do the same thing. Let unsubscribe is equals to import db dot, make sure import it from there, db dot collection of, let me get that name from announcement itself, or else you'll get a big fat error then. Announcement, this one, db dot collection announcement. We will get this announcement, right? We wanna get this, then inside this we wanna get the doc of classes. Then in here we gonna get the collection of class data.id, and then in here we wanna have a dot on snapshot. We are gonna have, and then we are gonna set our announcement. Okay, I wrote this thing a bit wrong, messy. Set announcement to snapshot. We need to pass a snapshot here. I'll just name it snap, doesn't matter. Snapshot dot docs dot map. For each doc return me doc dot data, not this doc dot data, right? Save that. Let's console log what are we getting in our announcements. So log announcement. Let's go back to our application. Inspect. We bring it up and go to console. If you go there, as you can see, you get an array, and we got an array and of an image. All the values we are getting, right? That's perfectly correct. These are the timestamps you want to use. You can use that. The next thing we're gonna do is we'll go back to our application. First of all, as you guessed it, right, we are gonna map through all of our announcement. So announcement.map. For each one I'm gonna return item, and for each item we have a class name of AMT. AMT means announcements. AMT. Why is not Emmet working? Div class name of AMT. Then in here I am gonna have another class name of AMT dot voice slash dot AMT underscore CNT. Okay, then I'm gonna say AMT.CNT. I'll create this div. Inside of this I'm gonna have another div. I'm gonna name this AMT underscore top. AMT means announcement. AMT underscore. In here we'll have an avatar. You can like when you're updating the data to Firebase na, then what you can do is actually with the email you're updating, you can also update the photo URL. So you can have in our case we'll be using a simple avatar, not any URL, but then you can also use the sender's avatar, right? So this application is more kind of, the base is ready. If you have now you can add anything you want here, right? That totally depends on how do you think, right? So once you import avatar, then here we'll create another div. Let's no need to create another div, we'll just name it item.center. So if we go back, let me open up my application. Let's go here. So as you can see, we see this. Okay, we have to create div most probably there. I'll just create one div and I'll just close this here. Let's see. Okay, are we not importing styles then? Yes, we are not importing styles, and I don't think so we wrote our styles even. Styles. Okay, so our styles is there. Yeah, we imported it, right? Yeah. So here how it looks now. Let's give some more details here. So we are gonna have a div, then here we are gonna have the message which the username, so this is gonna be class name is equals to amt underscore text, and here it's gonna be txt. And then here we are gonna have item.text, item.text, right? And then then we are gonna have an image, which is gonna be the image URL which is getting provided from there, and this is gonna be the alt. You can keep alt anything else on text if something, in case it gets bigger. So if you go back, as you can see, it looks much cleaner. Let's give it an extra padding which it hasn't got there, because this C has to be capital. That's the what I gave the styling in my that's the style I gave there. So as you can see, it got a bit of a padding. So now we are pretty much done with the clone. That's it. We are done with the clone. You can test this if you want to. Everything's working. Now the next thing we want to do is you want to deploy it, right? So deploying isn't an issue. Let's deploy it. So okay, wait, why is this okay, I don't know why this happens. It's just in clean, right? Is it a trick of letting a clean code? Just we're gonna return what I mean to say is like, instead of calling this, then also this function getting executed. So the reason was to reason this to write this reason is to just to make the code a bit more cleaner, efficient code. So you just want to return unsubscribe, right? So it won't make a difference. There's no need to check it again. So what we can do is we'll go back, open a new terminal, and here first of all what you should type is npm install Firebase tools, npm install globally, right? So here just type globally, a -g, it will install Firebase tools globally, so you won't face an error there. So just install those. I have already installed. I won't waste time in here. So what I'll say is here first of all I'll say Firebase login. Since I'm already logged in, I'm gonna log out and then log in. So I'm gonna log it out. Because now I'm gonna log in through my different account to which I have created this project. So just type Y and enter. I'll authenticate on my different desktop there. So you do that at just a single tab thing. There's no need to worry about. So it's authenticated, and now what I can type is if I can type Firebase init. So this will then click on Y, then you using our arrow keys go down and go to hosting, click on space and then click enter, then go to use an existing project, hit enter and search for the project that you want, for a project that you created. So in our class it was YT classroom clone, and click on enter. Here make sure you don't click enter, just type build here, build, right? So and here type Y and here type n. No, that's your choice. So I'll go and type npm run build. So what it will do is inside of this build folder, it will automatically generate all of the important files that we need. Important files like the unnecessary files which we don't need on our deployed version. For example, we don't need node modules there, right? We don't need this. So that is the reason why we are doing so. So it will automatically like generate all the necessary files that we need there. So it will remove all those and it will do according to it. So what's the for the best way to deploy it, right? So we'll wait for this. By the time it happens, then we're gonna type Firebase deploy, and that's gonna deploy it. So guys, if you have any doubt till this point, and if you are at this point, if you reach till here, like if you are, then it's really great. And like I appreciate you being here, like watching my video. It truly makes my day when someone watches my full video. Truly, I don't think anyone's gonna watch till this date. This is 24th. Yep, this is 24th. I'm gonna release it today itself. So let's see how good the response will be on this, because our Netflix clone got a really nice response. Let's see about this one. I hope it gets to. So let's wait for this. So this video was quite long than expected also. Okay, at least smaller than Netflix one, right? Yeah, smaller than Netflix clone. Let's wait for this. I usually does not. Okay, it's done. So now what you have to type is just type Firebase deploy. So it will automatically get the build folder and it automatically deploy it, and all the unnecessary stuff that Firebase that you need for deploy. That is. So we'll wait for this, and let's wait. Then we can see. Then we will able to see our application deployed, and you can share to your friends. As you can see, our website site is deployed. You can see hosting URL written here, right? So just click on it and let's see. Do we see our application? Okay, we see our application. Let's log in. So it must be working. Let's just log in once, because I don't want to test this again and again. Right? Like not for like just I don't want to do that. It's not key. It's something bad will happen on code and stuff. That's the issue. Like I had to show in the beginning, so in the beginning I already showed that. As you can see, we get the class back which we were using for test which we were using earlier. Like remember, like we created one class, so it itself till yet has a one class. So thank you guys for watching the video. Let me know let me know your comments. Let me know what do you think of this video. Hope you enjoyed. And if you enjoyed, like the subscribe button, not like the subscribe button, hit the like button, subscribe to my channel for more amazing content. Thank you for watching.